The children that were scattered about the floor of the common room looked at the old man, waiting for a tale of faraway lands and heroic exploits. I suppose we were at the beginning then. The underdark, the grove, the sea, the palace, they all converged right there.
Harold, have you ever seen so many different kinds of people in such a big place? How hard could it be to find somebody that knows where Tailwind is?
You're a miracle, boy.
I shake my head and quietly to myself say, there's no such thing as miracles.
I'll tell you what. I'll give you a running start. I'll count to 30. 1, 2.
30, and then I'm gonna run at him and attack him.
You told me your history. I was born on that boat. Huh? That ship that your friend is dissecting.
I absolutely hate how chipper you always are.
And it'd be a good look on you, though.
If it's a riddle, I want to solve it. If it's a lock, I want to open it.
I'm a holy woman, and I'm looking for things that were taken from me and my people.
They could not begin to fathom the situation that they found themselves in.
To get their attention, Juniper. We'll have time then to move right in. You've got what you want. I can't wait to get my payday.
Juniper Creed, you're in the dock ward of Waterdeep. You've not been in the city very long. Your time here has been fraught, and the city is oppressive. As a follower of Sylvanas, nature is your home. The Oak Father guards and protects you, shields you, guides you. The visions that you have received from the Oak Father recently have been disturbing, to say the least. Strange images. You've seen people, faces that are unfamiliar to you. And you've been drawn here to Waterdeep, Crown of the North, City of Splendor. You know what you need to find. It was taken from your grove, carried off by the ruffians that forced their way through the woods, killed the guardians of that grove, assaulted your forest temple, and took the shield of Sylvanas from you. Now, off on one side of the dock, hiding in an alley with 3 disreputable, filthy mercenaries that you've hired. An explosion lights the night sky. Fire reaches upward, and the city's landscape is held in silhouette for a brief moment as a blinding light fills the darkness. It's been raining in Waterdeep. As harvest tide grows closer, the weather has become cooler. But even the light wash of drizzle of rain that pushes across Waterdeep tonight cannot quell or quench the fire that now rages in the small galleon ship on the dock below. It burns now, and Mert Handlebrake, one of the mercenaries, looks to you with a gap-toothed grin.
Pretty good work, wouldn't you say, Juniper?
Pretty good work indeed.
We'll get you what you want. Just don't forget us when it's all said and done. We better get into that warehouse now. Mert. Oh, I'm sorry.
Never go back on a promise.
I'm glad to hear it. Behind Mert is a strong, very quiet woman. Heavily muscled, she bears the tattooed markings of the barbarian tribes from the far west. Her name is Uthra Soul, and she carries on her back a very large greatsword. Bedecked in fur and a heavy, very ragged cloak. She seems discontent, bored even. The explosion does nothing to excite her, but she looks to the warehouse with a hungry eye. You've not known Uthra for long, but you know she's waiting for a fight. Sulking in the shadows is a very frail-looking elven man. He's thin and wiry. He has a mess of dark, black, greasy hair. Wearing a deep blue cloak and suede boots that are currently being ruined by the wet weather around you. He looks uncomfortable and unhappy. He kind of sneers as Mert talks. These three were the best that you could do with the coin that you had. The small amount of treasure that you carried with you from your temple. The warehouse below is unassuming and simple. Mert picks up his hammer, grabs a large shield, and begins walking down the alley towards his goal. The warehouse that you have hired these individuals to break into. What do you do?
I follow close behind. Watching.
Carefully, Mert continues forward. Uthra and Devin both follow behind you. And the four of you proceed through the night as shouts from the city watch emerge on the dock ward. A ringing bell sounds out, and somewhere in the distance you hear, "Fire! Fire!" Stepping up to the large double doors of the side entrance of the warehouse, Mert turns and looks at Devin. "This is what we hired you for. Come on now. Get a move on, knife here." Devin snarls. "You'll watch your tongue or you'll lose it." Stepping forward, he opens a small leather pouch, displaying metal tools made of brass, each of them spindly, long, needle-like devices. He begins picking the lock, and in a few moments there's an audible click, and the door creaks open. Devin looks to you, and then sneers once more at Mert. "Age before beauty." Mert walks through. What do you do, Juniper?
I go through.
You enter into the building. Uthra and Devin follow after. Inside of the warehouse, a number of lanterns are burning low, the oil having been worn down from the long night. It's pushing closer and closer to dawn, but whoever was caretaking this space isn't doing a very good job of it. The warehouse seems completely deserted. There are large crates and boxes everywhere. This is very common at the dock ward. These are shipments that have come from across the seas. All across the Sword Coast, goods and wares are brought here to the dock ward and then distributed out into the City of Splendors. You are surrounded by what looks like an endless maze of wooden crates. Devin looks to you. It was our understanding that you would be able to sense the magic of your item. Otherwise, we're going to have a very long night ahead of us.
You're right about that. June's going to... I'm going to actually cast Locate Object. Let's see how that makes me.
You begin the prayer. And as you reach out, the warm glow of Sylvanas seems distant to you. The buildings, the cobblestone, the city itself, all of it seems to tighten around like a wall upon a tree that's unable to grow, being held back. Somewhere in the distance, you do feel that presence of nature. It's just muted here. The city, it's drowned the voice of your god. The Oak Father is far from you. Make a religion roll for me. So far, it's hard, but you close your eyes and you speak the words, opening your heart to the Oak Father. What is your prayer?
Prayer of guidance.
Devin looks anxious, staring back at the door. Mert turns around. Well? Is your fancy god gonna fix this or not?
Give it a second. Alright?
For the first time, Uthra speaks. Shut up, Mert.
I can sense that there is some sort of path, yes?
There's something here.
Murky?
Yes, you sense something, but it's muted and far away.
I'm going to let my intuition take me in the path I think that I need to walk.
You close your eyes, and for a moment, there's a spark. You're back in the grove, a circle of rocks that jut out around the tree line. The ancient stones that glow faintly with those green glyphs, all of them marking the phases of nature, the changing of time, the cycle, the great wheel. You're back there. Motes of dust float on the air. Leaves flutter down from the trees, falling now as autumn is here. And they seem to freeze momentarily as everything stops. A moment pressed between the pages of time. You see a young man with white hair and haunted eyes looking at you. You hear plop, 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 plop. Some strange, unnatural noise, a song that isn't from your god. Metal and gears begin turning somewhere, and you whip around, and there's a shadow, and it passes by you, and then it turns to the other side. You whip around again, and you see an elven woman standing there, consumed by the shadows around, something looming behind her. And then there's a sound of a glass breaking, and as it shatters, you turn once more. And there's a patch of marble and crystal, and frozen inside of it, you see another smaller elven girl. But the image shudders and then breaks, just like glass. All of it disappears around you. And when you open your eyes, you're not standing where you were. The rainfall on the outside of the warehouse is clattering on the roof of this large, open building. And through the network and maze of crates and boxes, you're now standing further back in a room within this space. Your hand is on a box. And on that box is painted a symbol of a hand grasped within an eye. Devin rushes up to you. What are you doing? They're here. We know you're here. Come out in the name of the City Watch. What do you do?
Devin, I need you to get this box open. I need you to get it open now.
Fine, but we don't have much time. And the elven rogue moves forward. Working with a knife, he works his way along the box, and he looks to you. It's been trapped. You hear Uthra scream in the background. Die! As swords begin clashing. Mert pushes into the room behind Devin. Well, it seems like our rate just doubled. A crossbow bolt shoots through the room and lands next to you, Juniper. What do you do?
Are there still crates all around me?
Yes.
I'm gonna climb up on the tallest cluster of crates, and I'm going to look around and see what I can see.
You're standing on top of the crates, and you see 16 City Watch rushing as a barbarian woman charges forward, pushing two of them down and swinging a massive sword at a third. She's already bloodied. Another guard, another of the City Watch, lies in a pool dead on the floor.
Can I see anything above me, like any rails or pipes?
Above you are beams that link into the thatched roofing of this building.
I'm going to thorn whip to the beam closest to the door and try to swing my way out of the room.
Your thorn whip wraps around the beam. Make an acrobatics check.
That one, we rolled twice, right?
As is our house rule,
No.
whenever you make a critical failure, a natural 1 or a natural 20, you then roll to confirm, and if you do it 3 times, something will alter the campaign permanently.
Was this the first roll of the game?
No, it's the
today?
second.
Oh, okay.
I would ask that you make that roll, that
Still.
confirmation roll, and roll 20 if you get this action.
Yes.
Oh my god.
Okay, it's not another natural 1. The beam creaks and breaks as you topple downward, falling in front of the guards between Uthra and those who have already gathered to try to push her back. Uthra doesn't miss a beat. Using the distraction that you've caused, she swings again, felling another of the city watch. Mert turns a corner, pulling his hammer out and thrusting his shield forward. Well, I guess I gotta get involved, and begins rushing forward into the fight.
Alright,
Go for it.
I'm gonna first try to get my footing here.
I need you to roll initiative. Right. So the first thing that happens is 2 of the guards closest to you attempt to grab you. While they do have swords drawn, they are trying to restrain you. You need to make an acrobatics or an athletics check to avoid their grasp.
That was a nat 20.
It gives and it takes. Okay, so go ahead and confirm that nat 20 on roll 20. Close, but no cigar. I apologize. That's a 19. That's as close as it can get. All right. Still a natural 20. That is, you're rolling like Maglo. So the guards reach out towards you, but you manage to actually roll out of the way. As they snatch at you, you find your footing, and you are no longer prone. You're now standing and have shaken off the effects of your fall. You are bruised slightly, and you took 4 points of damage from the fall, but you are whole and mostly unharmed. From behind you, Devon has appeared. I just want you to remember, no matter what happens, you owe me. And he presses a beautiful wooden shield into your hand. It is as if it were grown from an ancient tree. The face upon it is the beaming face of the Oak Father, and there are leaves intricately carved into it. But the sculpture of this shield goes beyond a simple item of protection. It is a symbol and a sigil. It is a work of art, a holy relic, gifted by nature. No hand carved this shield. It was grown. And now, you have it once again. As a city watch slashes downward at you. Striking you. You take 6 points of damage as the shield offers you no protection in this moment. You just touched it, it takes a moment to attune. And you feel the pulse of warm blood as you stumble back. And as you fall, you see Uthra topple as two other guards thrust forward, no longer trying to restrain. They're trying to kill. What do you do, Juniper?
I cast light on my shield as bright as I can to blind them and try to rush through.
You pray. And again, the Oak Father feels so far away from you. Slowly, the shield's eyes begin glowing green. And that green intensifies until the entire warehouse is lit with a bright beam of light. And the last thing that you see is the clashing of Uthra's mighty blade as a guard impales her, and Mert swinging a hammer, screaming bloody murder. Everything dissolves into that white light. Dodalia. The crypt echoes with the name. Harold is currently curled onto your lap, Doddle. The others are still asleep. June is having a fitful dream. Perhaps the beginning of a nightmare. Hawke is turned away from the others, facing a corner, further away from the fire. Maglo didn't have time to make himself comfortable. After the exhaustive work that he spent repairing Busby, his small automaton, his construct, he passed out. Face first on a book. Ink smeared across his hands. Designs and papers strewn about a stone on the ground. Gears and small pins and tools still laid out. Standing protectively next to him now is a small brass blue jay. Boop. 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 And the man standing on the stairwell is looking at you. His eyes pass down over the others. Siraye is in a corner meditating. She's sitting cross-legged. Her eyes are closed. You're not sure what she hears. But she, like you, well, like you used to be, doesn't require sleep like the others. We have been anxiously awaiting your arrival.
Who's we?
Well, your companions have had the good fortune of understanding more of what happens here. As you're new, I will spare you for now. Just know that I am an ally of Phineas Fiddlescratch, and I have been protecting those you call friends for some time now. Here within the crypts, beneath the city of the dead, you find solace. I protect you. Besmit will serve you. And when the time comes, you will move along, and our arrangement and my debt to Fiddle Scratch will be paid.
Thank you very much for your hospitality. Can I put out a hand for him to shake?
You do, and the man, who's very, very thin, long gray hair, balding across the top, very, very sallow eyes, fur-lined cloak, black as night, seems to float down the stone spiral staircase towards you and reaches out an almost skeletal hand, wrapping around your small goblin hand. It is very cold.
Can I try to get a read on this guy? Like, look into his eyes and see if he's malicious or kind or... Basically, he's making me nervous.
I think he does that with everyone, but you may make an insight check if you like, Doddle.
Gonna try. I have newfound trust issues. And that's a 6, so they're probably gonna stay. I got 11 in total.
11 in total. So that's actually a fairly average roll. It's hard to read him. He is clearly associated to these crypts, and you heard the others talk about him. They referred to him as Gravesmaster Zir. And you know that anyone who works with the dead is sure to be lacking in a certain amount of social nicety. He seems very polite, but there's also a sense of menace to everything he says. You don't know if you can trust him or not.
Sir, I know that my companion Hawke was seeking an audience with you. If you could spare a few moments for him.
Of course, yes, Hawke. Such a fine young man. So much potential. I would be very interested in speaking with him again. He knows too much of this world.
May I wake him up now?
Yes, please do.
I'm gonna go without taking my eyes off the Gravesmaster. I'm gonna go up to Hawke and just shake him a bit.
As you do, another figure comes down the spiral staircase, and it's Besmit, the strange figure that you saw before. She's moving down the steps in her broken way. She has maladjusted form, and her arms are at different lengths, and her legs don't quite match up. So she wobbles when she walks, but drags herself forward, and underneath a ragged hood, you see her face, and the one large, milky eye that works its way across all of you. Her very disfigured face and strange mouth as she takes in all of the figures below. She carries a tray, and on the tray is a selection of food, breads and cheeses, a pitcher of wine, and a pitcher of water. Very simple, not very appetizing looking, perhaps stale, with a little mold. She moves forward with the food and sets it down next to the fire. You pull on Hawke's shoulder, not taking your eyes off of the Gravesmaster.
And when Besnit comes down, I'm just gonna shake a little faster.
Hawke, your eyes open, and you see Doddle.
Hawke, we've been graced with the presence of the Gravemaster.
Oh, jeez, I am not getting used to being woken up by goblins. Okay, yeah.
I'm sorry.
No, it's not your fault. Alright, okay. We're gonna see the Gravemaster's here?
Yep, just standing right behind me. When Hawke stands up, I'm gonna go around, I'm gonna stand behind him. That's okay.
Awesome. I lean down and kind of whisper to Doll, are you gonna go with me on this one? Or
yes.
okay, good. I think
Siraye?
it'll be useful. Also, he kind of scares me.
I'm sorry, Siraye, you hear voices, and for a moment, the center point of focus that you have been trained to find, that razor-sharp, empty void on which you sharpen your spirit, begins to weaken. And you hear voices, and you hear Hawke. He makes me a little nervous. What do you do?
I'm gonna continue to pretend that I'm sleeping.
Your meditations are over. You're now aware of everything in the room, but you do not move.
Does Busby sound weird? Like broken? Or
I don't know. I mean, he's got a whole new thing going on. Maybe that's a part of it, or...
Oh, I hope he's just getting used to it. I don't know if I want to see MacLeod disappointed if Busby's not working properly.
Yeah, he kind of gets a little insufferable when he's disappointed.
Oh, I just meant that I would feel empathy, but I mean, that works too. Can I go over and just check on Busby very quickly?
Yeah, and
I don't want to disturb MacLeod because he's sleeping very soundly. But...
yeah, you don't wake Maglo in your approach, and Busby seems all right, just confused, and the small brass bird shakes their head, and then looks up at you.
Are you doing okay, Busby?
Floats up, flitters up to your shoulder, pecks at you, flitters back down to Maglo.
Is it just... Can I, like, kneel down and hug my knees a little bit and say, is it just a little confusing being in a new body? I'm afraid I don't speak robot. I don't have very, very good communication skills in this moment. Yeah, I'll get Maglo to check on you later, but I hope you're doing okay, Busby. We'll go back to Hawke.
You move back to Hawke quickly, stepping past June, who's still fitfully sleeping. Now she seems to be sweating and murmuring very softly. You step next to Hawke. What do you do?
Oh, seeing Juniper sweat and murmur, I'm gonna think maybe she's having a bad dream, and I'm gonna kneel down beside her. Can I hear what she's murmuring?
Juniper, what are you murmuring?
Help.
Knowing how shit sleeping and dreaming is, I'm gonna immediately be like, Juniper, and I'm gonna shake her.
Juniper, you wake.
Juniper, are you okay?
Can I accidentally backhand her?
Yes, please.
All right. Go ahead. Don't roll for initiative. Just just make a athletics check, I guess. We'll consider it a grappling action.
I mean, I'll just let it happen for the sake of...
11? Well, yeah, but she doesn't know what's going on. So, yeah, you do hit her. You strike her.
No! Why do you keep doing that? You did it in the Goblin Cave, too! Oh!
Doddle, oh my gosh.
Juniper, please don't. I mean, I understand that you're panicked and we don't know each other very well, so it's understandable to be a little nervous of me and our time together. But please stop please get a handle on accidentally hitting me, because my face hurts very much right now and there's a lot going on.
I kind of start crying.
Juniper, no, don't cry. It didn't hurt that bad. I'm just making a big deal out of it. I'm sorry.
And I just kind of wrap my arms around Doddle and just kind of hold you. It's like, to me, you're not who you are. You're someone else for me.
Pretty much that bad, huh?
I'm fine. Fine.
Ashley, if it's possible, pull your mic just a little closer to you. Maglo, you immediately wake up with a start when you hear Doddle shouting from the slap. And you see Busby cock its mechanical head at you, now in the form of this blue jay. Its yellow gem in its chest is pulsing brightly, and its eyes are now colored to match.
Mags beams at Busby and then looks toward Doddle to see if she's okay, but doesn't say anything.
Even past the green skin, you see a rising red welt on her face.
Is it obvious that, like, Juniper's just, like, laying down next to her and apologizing?
Yes.
You alright?
Oh, I'm fine. Juniper just had a bad dream. I sincerely hope that made her feel better.
Oh. He lays
How
down.
did you sleep?
Yeah, fine.
The Gravemaster's here, by the way.
Oh, okay. Does he want to see me?
He didn't say so, but
Okay.
they were bringing down, like, some sort of tea and cookies, or I don't know, something on a tray, so I'm sure they're looking for a little camaraderie at the moment.
Oh, amazing. Alright, grand. Alright. And Maglo puts his glasses on and walks over to his bag and pulls out the goldfish and then places it on like a small pedestal thing that he pulls from his bag, and then starts pulling out other mechanic things, then starts like setting up what looks like possibly like a small lab. Yeah, and he just starts doing that.
May I look at it?
Oh yeah, sure.
Let's go take a look at the goldfish and just watch it as if I'm just watching a regular goldfish.
So the plan is we need to know, like, the power that this goldfish has. So I'm getting down a couple of questions just so I could see if I can figure it out. And then if I can't, I'm going to go somewhere, maybe a library or something. And we just got to get a start on doing whatever we're doing.
At this point, I'm gonna wake up. Wake up.
You open your eyes. You see on the small makeshift table that Maglo has set out a glass orb without an opening, completely filled with a pristine, slightly blue water. Inside of it is the most magnificent gold fish that you have ever seen. Its large, dark eyes encompass everything around it very curiously as it swims back and forth within this bowl, this magically created container. Nothing else is inside, just the fish.
Find anything out?
Morning, Siraye. How did you sleep?
Good morning. Fine. How about you?
I guess I'm so sorry. We didn't mean to disturb your remembrance at all.
No, it's fine. I'm up.
Hawke's gonna make his way over to the food and just kind of pour himself some wine and just kind of give everybody a glance and start drinking.
It's very watered down wine, and it's not good, but it's better than the water, which is off. It seems.
Is that?
Hey, Doddle.
Yeah?
Do you have that one spell, Prestidigitation, by chance? Do you mind hitting the food with it?
Sure, let me just check and see if I can actually do that. Because it's a cantrip, right? Let me just boop.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Okay, do you want me to do it to the wine?
Just to all the food, Doddle, please.
Well, I don't. I think that'd be a little bit rude to our host to imply that their food is unclean.
Okay, just hit the wine with it then, and then
I'm not
when
actually-
they're gone.
Okay, I'm not entirely sure how this works. This might completely erase all of the alcohol. Well, we're just gonna give it a try and see what happens. And I'm gonna hold the cup, and I'm gonna like whisper some Elvish into it, as almost like the goblet's listening to me. And then I'm gonna take it away and cast Prestidigitation.
You do. And Besmit does sort of look at all of you. The Gravesmaster kind of nods. We apologize, of course. Neither Besmit nor I have a very refined palate, as it were.
I mean, a refined palate is just a palate that's different from the deviation of their normal palates. What I'm saying is, I'm sure your wine is completely fine. We are just accustomed to different tastes than you are, that's all.
I'm quite sure.
Right. Hawke is gonna just drink. He just like, right. It just starts. Is it a little bit more alcoholic now? By chance?
It's very fragrant, and it has an elvish quality to it. It's fruity and very sweet.
And Doddle's gonna take a cup as well, and she's not gonna cast anything on it. She's just gonna drink it. How's it taste for me?
It tastes like sour grapes. It's very bitter, and you pucker almost unintentionally and wince upon drinking it. It's not going to make you sick, but it certainly isn't enjoyable.
Like when I drink tequila.
It is exactly like when
yum,
you
yum,
drink
yum.
tequila.
That's really good.
Then
try this.
June's gonna get up off the ground and walk over, and she's not even gonna pour a cup. She's just gonna take a whole mouthful of the pitcher and sit.
All right. You grab the pitcher and you sit back down, and the sweat has broken, Juniper, and you are fully aware of the crypt around you. The fire is burning low, and this wine is very bitter, but it immediately soothes your nerves. Standing on the staircase is the Gravesmaster, figure you have never seen before. Very frail and haunted-looking older man, and the strange, twisted form of you think it's a woman who walks all the way up the staircase, leaving all of you there with the Gravesmaster.
Oh, should we go up?
We could just talk here, and I'm gonna glance at Maglo and Siraye and all our other friends.
I mean, with the Gravemaster.
No, I know, but there's nothing that he could say to us that I wouldn't want the rest of our party to hear.
Gravemaster? Is there something I'm not knowing? Is there something I don't know? Like,
I walk up to Juniper, I get on one knee, I put a hand on her shoulder, I'm like, I don't know how to tell you this, but you've been dead for 5 years.
Fuck!
I'm
Fuck,
sorry.
you don't do that to a lady when she's first woken up from a bad dream. Get out! And I'm gonna grab his arm. I'm gonna push him away, and I'm gonna sit beside Juniper.
I just kind of look off like I'm staring like 1,000-yard stare. Like, I just can't deal with him.
I'm gonna be like, so what was your dream about?
I think I hate your friend.
Same.
Maglo, make an Arcana check at a disadvantage because of all the noise.
I would actually like to cast Detect Magic on it.
You may, but first I'd like for you to make an Arcana check at a disadvantage.
That's 100% fine. Don't worry about it. That's a 1. Thanks, Nox. I appreciate it, bucko.
Could you roll again, please?
15.
All right. Welcome back.
I hate this game.
How dare you? How dare you? So, Maglo, the noise and the conversations and the Gravesmaster floating above you and everything in this space is not conducive to doing research well. And you're exhausted. You haven't really gotten a full amount of sleep. You are, for all intents and purposes, you have gone through a long rest. However, as a roleplay sort of
just exhausted
constraint, you were exhausted. You've been through so much, and repairing Busby last night was intense. And so you're looking at this, and you're trying to pull out your tools, and you you kind of sigh, and then you cast Detect Magic. How do you do that?
With all these different like contraptions that he's set up, there's like a small half a circle that's on that in the middle of this half circle is a pin that's hanging above the above the sphere, above the goldfish bowl, and he flicks it and it spins, and it feeds just like a small line of magical energy to a piece of paper that like etches out just general information about the readings that it's getting.
So you do all of this, and it begins etching a little line that you can interpret with a little bit of study, and you hear Juniper say, "I think I hate your friend," and you turn to say, "Same." And the pin immediately flies off the device and hits right above Siraye's head and clatters to the floor.
Oh, fuck. Shit. You okay, Siraye?
Can I? Yeah, I'm fine. Yes, I'm fine.
Okay. Oh, fuck. Shit. Oh. Fuck. Did we
Be
set
careful.
it up wrong? I know. I'm sorry. I must have not set it up right. Busby, did we set it up? We did, right? Okay. No. Right.
Would it be more beneficial to your work to perhaps leave you be for a while?
Maybe. It's just very loud in here, but I know it's fine. It's a small space, and I can't go out with it. So, for the minute, it's fine.
Gravemaster, do you have just like a grave that I could just sit in for like about 9 to 10 hours?
He smiles very broadly at that question. We have an abundance of graves here. I'm sure we can find something that will accommodate you perfectly.
Amazing. Just a place that I can just like sit in silence and just have all my stuff. So it needs to be like a really big grave. Would you get that for me?
I do understand. Of course, there's nothing that I have to say that I wouldn't say in front of all of you. I'm more concerned about the secrets that you all harbor. Looking to both Doddle and Hawke.
I'm gonna look at Hawke.
I'm gonna look at Doddle. Wait, what secrets do you have?
The fuck, that's okay.
I don't know. That's why I wanted to have this conversation in private. Besides, Juniper's the one that keeps screaming, "My God's a false god." So.
If you wouldn't mind, please take our young inventor into some special, quiet place where he will not be disturbed during his work.
I'm gonna look a little worried and I'm gonna go, Juniper, why don't you join Maglo? Perhaps he will need an assistant, and you could go somewhere quiet and away from Hawke.
I kind of want it to be just like real quiet, like just me, maybe Busby. I don't want to be responsible for having to entertain, so I'd rather be just me. I will tell you where I am though, so you know they can not keep me locked in a grave, and you guys can come and not check on me. But if I need you, you can come and have
Are
a
you sure? I can meditate. I'm really good at that.
I do, of course, appreciate your caution, but if I wanted to cause you harm, it would already be done.
I understand that was meant to be reassuring and comforting, and I appreciate the thought of that.
Well, Juniper, this is gonna take like hours. Is that like, is that fine?
Can I bring the jug with me?
I guess. Can you find a grave big enough for 2 people and a whole bunch of like lab equipment?
I'm sure Besmit can accommodate you.
Sure. Okay, I guess. That's fine. Sure. Maybe it'll be good to rant at someone. That's fine.
Thank you again for your hospitality, sir.
You're quite welcome.
So, Besmit, and if you recall, Maglo, you and Besmit do not have the most smooth of relationships, having been fairly rude and grabbing her physically when you first met her. She reluctantly leads you down the corridor that you've used to pass into the sewers. And instead of moving further into the sewers, you take a right and descend down another set of stairs. These stairs lead to an even darker, deeper crypt. There are sealed graves on all sides, and there are worn statues standing beside each of them. At the base of each statue is a large stone bowl, and there are low-burning herbs and small pinpoints of fire within each of them. And you are walked into a section that is a circular entryway that seems to split off into a number of different areas. Besmit takes a torch off the wall and lights it in one of these braziers. Moving around the room, she goes to each, lighting 4 torches at each of the directions, the cardinal directions of this circular room. In the center is a large flat area with an old wooden crate and a number of very dusty stools. There are tarps that are folded up here, and there are metal boxes that are filled with what look like funerary tools. She motions for you to move forward.
Thank you. Right, okie dokes. So I guess it's the same rules as the other one. Don't mess with any graves and run.
She looks at you with her large, milky eye, turns and leaves.
Is that alright? Fine. Alright. Did June follow me in?
I sure did.
Right, great. Okay. Max puts like a big bag to like the side and starts pulling out random things in metal. Like, I'm gonna go get set up. So, right, the general plan is we need to know like what the point of the fish is. If it's like a spell focus, if it's like just like a fish, a pet, if it's like a component or something, if it's like a tracking thing, if it's an illusion. So I have a couple questions that I think need answering. And once they're answered, I think we can move on. If we're actually planning on fully attacking them, then I guess we kind of need to know all we can about the only... It's not even an upper hand. It's just a hand, a finger. The only finger that we have.
I think you need to slow down there a bit, friend. What is this fish and its application?
Oh, we don't know. We went to a sewer to grab a thing for a guy, and then the thing was a box, and he said, "Don't open the box." But then Doddle and Hawke opened it anyway, even though Siraye and I told him not to, and that has marked them two for capture by the Xanthors, which is, as far as we're aware, own everything, which is great, and they are after this in particular, and we're wondering why they're after this. So we got to figure out why and what it is, because we don't know anything about it. So
do you want me out of the way, or do you want my help?
I don't know. Maybe you can find something that I don't. What is it? What's your job? I saw you casting spells earlier. What do you do? Are you a wizard or you're a sorcerer? What's your deal?
I work for the gods.
Oh, fucking hell. Okay. That's great. That's no trouble.
Is there a problem? It sounds like it from your voice.
I just feel like we're starting a clergy. And that's fine. It matter. It's fine. Feel free to have a seat. Feel free to have a seat.
Am I suddenly worthless to you because I have faith?
It's not that. You as a person are fine. It's your powers at some point might stop working, because your god demands it. So then it's fine. Don't matter. We'll get on with it. It's
Juniper
fine.
just kind of ignores you and walks over to a corner, sits cross-legged, and closes her eyes.
Fine, sure. The mag will get set up.
All right. So you begin setting up your workstation in this crypt. Meanwhile, Hawke, what are you doing?
Just kind of fidgeting a little nervously, glancing between Zir and Doddle. And Siraye's in there too, right?
Siraye is there. She's looking very discontented with the situation. She's kind of glancing back and forth at all of you, still in her meditative pose. What are you doing, Doddle?
I'm going to say, Mr. Gravesmaster, is there a particular time or place that you have a preference to for whatever conversation you're hoping to have with us?
It's fully up to you, of course. I have been waiting for some time. You see, Phineas Fiddlescratch and I have an arrangement. Your young Master Hawke shows promise. Had questions regarding the Raven Queen. It is in my power to perhaps guide a wayward soul. That is what I do. Guide wayward souls.
Alright, I'm gonna look at Siraye and wonder how to get out of this predicament. I'm gonna
Siraye?
wait until...
Siraye.
Hello, Siraye.
Hello.
The Gravesmaster is talking with Doc. Who is Doc? It's Doddle and Hawke, if they were to be a couple. Talking to Doddle and Hawke.
Okay.
And Doddle looks at you.
Yes?
Siraye, would you be willing to give us a moment, will you be okay here, or would you prefer if we stayed here and you left, or you could meditate, or...
I got this. I'll leave. And I'm gonna go into the sewer.
Honestly, I have no complaints about Siraye being here. If anything, Siraye, Maglo and Juniper are kind of, I don't want to put this, I don't want to sound over the top when it says, but I think they hate me.
I'm going to create an expression right now that I would like to... You learn this expression very quickly, Hawke, because I believe that you will see it a couple times through our adventures together. But I look you in the eye, and I have this very distinct expression on my face, and you can tell that I'm just saying, God damn it, Hawke.
I used to have somebody very close to me that would give me that exact same expression, so this isn't really something that I need to get used to. I'll pick up on it very quickly. But basically, listen, Siraye, you have more, but what's the best way to phrase this? Situational awareness than all of us combined, so I kind of would feel relieved if you were here.
All right. Then I will stay.
Okay.
Maybe, if you have situational awareness, Siraye, then perhaps you could go stand guard out of earshot or something.
Oh, yes. Right. That's yes. Could you be...
I get it. And then I'm gonna open the wall where we get in to go to the sewer, and I'm gonna go into the sewer, and I'm gonna...
None of these places are your hands.
So, I'm gonna leave the room.
Siraye, you step into the large open corridor that leads into the sewer systems beneath Waterdeep. The City of the Dead is a sprawling complex in Waterdeep. It is the size of other city wards, and it is where the dead are brought, where the ground is firm enough to be able to sustain the caverns and the catacombs that are necessary to take care of so many who have passed on. And the City of the Dead never lessens in its population, it only grows. You're standing in this corridor and there are graves all around you. Where do you go and how far away?
I'm not gonna go far. I'm gonna stand or kind of set myself up close to that door that I came through.
Okay.
Is there torches or anything that I can make fire or light so I can see? Because I presume it's dark in here.
It is dark in this area. You have night vision as an elf, so the low light, your eyes have adjusted and everything is washed in a kind of a faint gray visual hue.
So if I whipped out the map to start studying it, would I be able to thoroughly study the map with such low lighting?
You can. The only problem is that the colors on the map will not read.
Right.
And so if there's any indication in a different color, you won't be able to tell the difference.
Right. So there's no torches or anything around.
There are further down the corridor. If you would like to walk away from the group for a few minutes, you may do so. Okay.
I'll go get a torch.
Okay.
Light that sucker.
Yeah. Go ahead and make I'm gonna make a perception check for you. All right.
Have a dice.
No, that's okay. You can roll. You'll have plenty of opportunity to roll later.
Nice.
All right. So, Hawke and Doddle, inside of the space of the crypt, Besmit has returned and is now standing behind the Gravesmaster. And he's looking very patiently at both you and Hawke, standing there with his fingers steepled together.
I hate everything about this. You expect expecting us to say something in particular?
It is my understanding that you both have questions about your situation. Both of you are seeking things, are you not?
Hawke, you can go first, because I have a little bit more faith for your queries than I do.
Okay, so first immediate question is, so Gravesmaster, when you told me that the best way for me to, better understand, our mutual patron here is to help send souls along the way in combat, right?
However you see fit is how you connect to the Raven Queen. However, my young friend, I believe you have misinterpreted what I have said to you.
Oh. Okay, because things are getting a little weird right now. Gravesmaster, I took a life, and I don't know how to phrase this correctly, but he kind of, how would you describe it, Doddle?
Dissipated?
Yeah.
I see.
And I've kind of felt a weird gnawing emptiness ever since then. Not like the whole post-traumatic empty, like I'm used to that. I'm talking like weird emptiness that kind of makes me want to do it again. I don't know how to feel about it. Is that normal?
May Doddle just look so incredibly uncomfortable and is like wringing her hands and like not making eye contact with anybody in the room.
It is of little surprise that you feel this way, Master Hawke. You see, your sword is tied to the Shadowfell. Do you know of the Shadowfell?
Do I know of the Shadowfell?
You do, in the context of it being a kind of a fairy tale myth that was told to you as a child and used within the temple when you were an acolyte, as a cautionary tale. As much as the Abyss and the Seven Hells were used to scare children into behaving, it was a place of mystery and dark punishment, shadows. There are a lot of rumors about what it is. There are a lot of legends that speak of the place as a realm beyond this realm that exists in perpetual night. And there are evil and dangerous beings that lurk within that plane and that realm.
But I know about Shadowfell.
In a different way, but much.
Perhaps it has like a different name, like an Elvish name.
Yeah, you don't recognize Shadowfell as a term, so I would say no, you don't recognize this.
Okay.
Because this is in the common tongue.
The Shadowfell? What, like... Are you gonna ask me if I believe the boogeymen exist next? I mean...
He doesn't move. His face is unchanging, and he just looks at you. You have seen what your sword can do. I do not need to prove anything to you. In fact, it is apparent upon your face. You already believe in it. You know what it is.
No, this... You're saying that my powers are coming from the Shadowfell?
It is the seat of the Raven Queen's throne. She is the Shadowfell. And you, he looks at Doddle. You also have greatly affected the weave. You know that though, don't you? Hawke has told me a great many things. But what he hasn't said has been just as informative.
How have I affected the weave?
Dodalia, do not play coy.
I'm afraid I'm not playing coy, but if I am, I very much don't want to be, so please tell me, how have I affected the weave?
He looks to you. Siraye, you make it down the corridor. And you hear something as you grab the torch off the wall.
Okay, great.
It's further down towards the sewer passage. It sounds like stone scraping on stone. It's very, very subtle, and you would have missed it if you were not so finely, acutely aware of everything around you in this dark, cobweb-filled crypt. The
Does
stone.
it sound like it's coming toward me, or is it just off in the distance?
It is off in the distance, not coming towards you.
Or not moving, it's just a noise.
It's stone on stone.
Awesome. Okay, I'm not gonna touch the light then, the torch.
Okay.
I'm gonna approach the sound, but I'm gonna approach it slowly, and I'm going to keep my distance. So I'm not gonna, I'm not gonna let it see me or hear me. I'm not gonna get that close.
Make a stealth roll, please. Hey, you wanted to roll dice.
Yeah, baby. Okay. 20. Dirty. Very dirty.
You move forward quietly as there's a scream and something collapses further down.
There's a scream? Like, is it...
It sounds like a male voice that cries out in pain as something collapses.
Alright, I'm going to approach, but I'm not gonna like rush or like, I'm gonna approach, but I'm not gonna rush, and I'm going to just make sure that as I approach, if it looks like something's bad, I can have the advantage in the fight. And I'm gonna get my spear ready.
It happens again, and it sounds exactly like it did before.
Okay.
The crumbling of stone, a male voice shouting out in pain, and then silence. And you get ready as you turn a corner, and you see through the archway, the stone archway, into another crypt. There's a very old, dusty, cobweb-covered pile of stone. And a skeleton that has been caught underneath. It is wearing tattered armor and aged leather that has been decayed over time. And from the empty eye socket of the skeleton, a centipede crawls out and across the floor towards your foot.
I'm gonna inspect the skeleton closely. There's dust cover. Like, this obviously happened a long time ago, correct?
You hear it.
Again. Great. Awesome.
Voices in the distance, an explosion. Someone cries for help. Someone's hurting, the alarm bells are ringing. And then it all stops, and everything's quiet again. And the skeleton is staring directly at you, unmoving.
Okay, I'm gonna inspect the skeleton, check its pockets. Not to steal stuff necessarily, but just to like see if it has identification or like maybe figure out how long this body's been here before, you know.
You find a decayed scabbard with a very clean, unblemished longsword. You find a pack of rotten papers that are completely unreadable, and they decay and deteriorate as you touch them. And around the neck of the figure, you find a gold chain with a city watch signet upon it, a sign of service. This was someone of either high rank or perhaps nobility who was awarded a medal of some sort. And on the pinky ring of the skeleton, you find a ruby ring. What do you take?
Both? Haunted jewelry? Absolutely. I will take it.
You can place those items onto your inventory.
Do they have any special... Probably haven't figured that out yet, so I will...
There is no instruction manual to any of those items.
Perfect.
Or perhaps it was in the pouch, but that is badly decayed and destroyed now.
There's nothing in the pouch. There's nothing in the pouch. It's just
a rotten parchment that, dissipates
okay.
into dust as you touch it.
But no money?
There was no coin.
None. At all. No coin. Nothing.
There was no coin.
Okay. Fine.
Maybe you're not the first grave robber.
Fair.
You go back to the archway by the door?
Yeah, I'm gonna... if there's nothing else, everything seems okay. This is old. I'm probably hearing ghosts or something. Great. Awesome. I'm going to return to the... Yeah, I'm gonna return to that door. I'm gonna get the torch and return to the door.
Do you ignite it?
Yes.
And do you begin studying the map?
Yes.
As you open the map, it's covered in blood. We'll come back to you. Maglo and Juniper.
Right, so these are the 4 questions I got so far. Right, so it's in a perfectly spherical... Maglo is talking directly to Busby. Busby just sat in front of him, just like nodding. Right, so does it breathe? Because the glass sphere doesn't have any holes in it. It just seems to be fed on its own. I would like to see if we can see food manifest, or if it like appears in its stomach, because that leads on to the next question: is it alive at all, or is it actually an illusion? Because if it's an illusion, then that is weird, and that brings into a whole other series of questions, so I'd like to take that off if possible. Can it live outside? So if we broke this open, could the fish just float out? Is it the orb itself that's magical, or is the fish that's magical, or that it's both? I think that's an important question. And what's its purpose is the last one, but the last one's not going to be able to be done by just looking at the fish itself. We have to go to a library or something to try and figure it out. See what we know about like magical animal keeping, things like that. Like, could this be done with another animal that's bigger, in like a cage or something? It's specifically the goldfish. Can we cast through it? I think that's important, so we got to get probably Doddle. Do something with that, see if they can attune themselves to it. That's a good question, actually. Is it a magical item?
Juniper, what are you doing while Maglo talks to his construct?
Juniper's kind of taking it all in, and she's getting more and more curious. That's what he's doing as he talks out loud, and she's just kind of, her eyes are open at this point. I'm just kind of watching him.
If Maglo clocks Juniper looking at any point, Maglo will start addressing her as well as Busby, so moving between the two. Because then, if it's a magical item, then maybe we can attune ourselves to it, or we can break the attunement of the person who's in charge of it, and then one of us could use it or find out more about it. That's why, at the minute, things we gotta do. We gotta find out if there's any magical properties. First, we gotta do it for the orb, then we gotta do it for the fish, then we gotta do it for the fish and the orb, and then we gotta identify it. Gotta identify the orb itself, gotta identify the fish, then we gotta identify the fish and the orb. This is gonna take about 2, maybe 3 hours altogether. Then we just gotta...
While he's rambling on, Juniper's gonna stand up and go towards the fish, and I'm gonna see if through my deity I can feel any magical properties.
What spell are you using?
I thought I had. Give me a second.
Is there anything that you're doing? You're just making lists of actionable items. Is that correct, Maglo?
Maglo has set up another detect magic construct that he's going to use on it a few times, and he's going to disassemble it, and he's going to reassemble it to other things. But that's it. He's like halfway building it as he's talking to.
Yeah. And
Never mind. I thought I had something for it, but I don't.
So, Maglo, and you'll forgive me because the Artificer is still, well, it's new to everybody still, but your sense magic is very much like the traditional sense magic, or detect magic.
Yes, it is. Also, I'm not sure how much you checked the character sheet, but you'll see that my list of spells have changed because I looked at it, looked at the Artificer, and they can change spells every day.
Yeah, I see that. And so you're doing this as a ritual, or are you going to take 10 minutes to do this?
He's casting everything as a ritual today.
Well, that's good. It doesn't expend a slot. And
it's got time. It's more precise, he figures.
Yeah.
Then, after we've done that, and we have got those done, I'm just going to watch it, and it's why, actually, to be honest, June, you being here is actually pretty good, because I want to see, again, I know I already said part of this, I want to see if food manifests in the orb, or if food manifests in the stomach. I believe goldfish have to be fed twice a day, so this would mean we'd probably have to take turns in watching it, so we can do a full 24-hour count. I mean, honestly, if we hit 18 hours and there's probably nothing afterwards, because I doubt it's going to get fed once in 24 hours. But I basically... also, I can't do this, and I don't know anyone that can, but I'd quite like to speak to it, but I don't think I can. Can you do that? Can you, speak to animals or nothing?
I can.
Oh, fuck, okay. Brilliant. Right, that's another thing. Speaking to it, I want to know if we can. This is probably going to help after we discover if we can live outside, because I don't know if the orb is going to be blocking any magical sense to the fish itself. But if we figure that it can live outside, I want to know what the chances are of us getting the orb off of it and seeing if that's going to do anything. Because if it's going to do anything to hurt the fish, or if it's not possible, we're just going to leave it. And I'll be honest, I think it's a real low chance that we can get out the glass of the fish so we can speak to it. So I hope that can work. I also want to know if we can shrink or enlarge the orb itself. Because if we can do it to both, then we can shrink it down to like a marble size, and then we can hide it way easier. We can do so far as to trick fucking someone in eating, and then that's it completely out of our hands.
Well, how about this? How about I go ahead and I'll cast a spell, and you give me the question, I'll give it to the fish.
Perfect.
All right.
Oh wait, no, that's great. That's good. That's a good show. That's a good show. Okay.
Okay. So I'm gonna go ahead and cast Speak with Animals.
Okay. You you cast Speak with Animals, and this is while Maglo's ritual for Detect Magic has been processing. The needle is above the orb of water with the goldfish swimming around inside of it, and you have this roll of parchment that is spewing forth these lines, and you know that right now it's picking up the ambient energies of the area, and it's not quite focused on any specific thing. Immediately the needle begins spinning faster and faster around the orb itself, and the line that is emitting from this parchment becomes very erratic, and the pin starts to vibrate. You cast Detect or Speak with Animals, and the pin explodes outward, and the readings that you are getting off of the parchment are legitimately flying off that roll of paper, and you don't sense, or you reach out as if you're trying to say something. What do you say when the spell is completed?
This is me, right, to the fish?
Right, Juniper, what are you saying to the fish? Assuming that you've cast the spell and that you've completed it, this pin is like going crazy. It explodes into 1,000 little sparks of metal, and whatever spell or ritual Maglo has prepared has gone haywire. So, what do you say?
Hey, little buddy. Are you doing all right? You okay?
Juniper, you say this, and you know that you would be communicating in a way that the fish could understand, but the fish seems oblivious to anything that you're saying.
Maglo, I think we have a problem here. Hey, can you understand me? Maglo, it's like it's not even hearing me.
Like it's not hearing you, or it can't understand you. Do you know if it's gone off? Like, do you know that you're speaking directly to it? Like, if it was real, you've done this before.
I'm.
Okay.
Trust me, I know what I'm doing here, and it's not communicating with me.
No, that's good. That's very good. Thank you.
June's gonna try to get in the fish's line of sight.
The fish sees you and looks at you, and is glubbing, like bubbles, dissipate from the mouth of the fish as it looks at you, and then continues to kind of circle and float around as it swims.
Are you understanding? Can you...
You don't understand the readings, Maglo. Looking at this, the amount of magic that is present with the orb is beyond anything that you have detected using this method. Which has to be a mistake, right? This has to be some sort of miscalibration.
I'm gonna put my hand on the orb, and see if that jogs their attention a little bit, and kind of not rattle it, but just kind of tap it lightly with my fingers.
It's cool to the touch and nothing happens for a moment, but then there's a flash, Juniper, and you nearly fall backwards. Juniper's eyes roll into the back of her head, and you're just seeing whites in her eyes as she falls down. And Juniper, you do not recognize yourself hitting the ground in this crypt, but what you see before you is this enormous, slavering mouth with sharp, knife-like fangs and a single enormous eye. And then you see other smaller eyes, and everything is dark, and you feel as if something is looking at you. And then you come back into consciousness, and you're lying on the ground with Maglo shaking you.
Hey June, how's it going? You alright? Just look directly at me. I just want to make sure you're fine. You running fever? No, you sound fine. Okay. Are you okay? Do you feel alright? Anything happen? We've
eyes, Maglo.
Eyes like what eyes? Like is your eye hurt? Do you want? I got some stuff. Okay.
Sharp teeth, large singular eyes.
Oh, fuck. Okay, well, I'm so sorry. Large eye,
Hawke
teeth.
and Doddle. The Gravesmaster is looking at you both.
I think I'm gonna need to sit down for a second. Is there a chair nearby?
There are stools and rocks that you have been using around the campfire. The Gravesmaster actually enters and sits down around the fire as well. The light of the fire is casting an eerie glow upon his face as it dances through the room.
So you're telling me that for the past, I don't even know how long it's been, I've been serving the Shadowfell. Okay.
You have been serving the Raven Queen. The Shadowfell is simply the realm from which you derive your unique abilities.
I'm assuming that's bad.
It is not bad. It is a matter of perspective. All things, my young friend, exist within a balance. Hawke, you and I have had this conversation.
Yeah, I didn't think that it would be like this.
There is the weave and the shadow weave. Both are of magic. Both draw upon the infinite oceans of power that exist within the many planes of existence.
If I'm understanding the weave correctly, it's and please interrupt me if I'm getting it all wrong, but the weave is the source of people's magic, right?
You are correct.
So the shadow weave would be the source of like necromancy or dark magics?
There are two halves joined together when the worlds, as we know them, were first created. There was but one, Ion, the dragon god. But then from the darkness respawned Shar and Saloon, and in the darkness they rounded each other, warring constantly, the light and the dark, fighting one another. They sought endless conflict amongst each other. Shar took the weave and sought to make it her own. And so the shadow weave was created. And in that darkened reflection of the weave, a balance was formed. And in that place, the patron known as the Raven Queen built her temple, her palace, her endless home. Young Master Hawke, what do you feel when you wield the Raven Wing? Tell me.
I mean, it feels powerful but cold. I feel empty. I feel hunger, but not like normal hunger, like deep inside me hunger.
And when did this sword first appear before you? When did it heed your call? You feel his bony hand on your shoulder as he stands behind you.
I don't... Listen, my memory from that time's not so good. I was underground. It was really cold. I was running. I was trying to get out. I needed something to fight. They took my sword, my armor, all of it. I found it. There was a rock outcropping in the Underdark. I saw it laying in there, covered in dust, but that's why I picked it up.
And what of the god you forsook? What of the vows? What of your time as an acolyte? What happened to those promises that you made in that moment?
I did everything they told me to do. To the letter. I listened to the gods, to the Celestials, to my masters. I did everything right. Everything. And I still ended up like that. My promises, if they can't hold up their side of a promise, why should I hold up mine?
Forgive me, I'm not very knowledgeable on the topic of magic swords. But if Hawke puts the sword back, would that make him the way he was before?
All things are possible within this world, as you should know. But everything, all magic, comes with a great price. You know that more than others.
So, what happened to me was that just a trade-off. Am I the way I am because I got magic powers?
In your homeland, didn't you study magic? Did you not have instructors?
I dabbled.
Yes. And how many summers have you seen?
A lot. Maybe close to 300.
Sorry, what?
300.
Yeah, that's not that old.
Not for your kind, no. You are still young. Your people move slowly. They savor and fascinate over life. We of the mortal realms must crawl and scrounge if we wish for our lives to extend past the short time that we are all gifted. Some of us seek unnatural pathways, ways to find strength beyond our time. Others draw from the life force of the weave itself. But your people have always been tied very, very tightly to the Feywild. And in that strength, they have longevity. But you are still young. And the magics that you have learned, I imagine, were just the beginning of what they would have taught you. Siraye, you're hearing all of this through the door, and you're staring at this map as it drips blood. What do you do? You're muted.
Well, it's probably dripping blood because of ghosts. Awesome. I'm going to say spirit. I have no time for this.
You look back down, and the map is no longer bleeding. And you hear the shout, the impact of ramparts, as you hear what sound like guards marching, the ringing of a bell somewhere in the distance.
I'm gonna try and keep reading the map and ignore the sound, because this is more important.
Make a sleight of hand check, please.
Uh, 14.
You're studying the map, and you feel that you could easily enter into the prison, the Magister's keep, without too much trouble. The most vulnerable placement on the entire map, of course, would be the entrance that leads out into the street. It seems like it's concealed behind an alley, but the last time that you were in the keep, it didn't end well.
Is there any secret way into what I would presume would be the evidence locker? Old evidence locker?
Yes, you do see where, because of having had conversations with the others, you know generally where Juniper and Doddle were held. And there seems to be a storage locker that would have been placed. It's a room, but a storage room that is next to the cell that would have held all of their personal items.
Is there some secret path that way, or anything that indicates that, like,
there's a
maybe
secret
the room's
path
trapped,
or... there's a secret path that leads into the cells, the chamber where the cells are, the actual prison.
Okay, but not to
No, you'll have to enter into that room. It gets you roughly into the hallway right next to it.
Okay. All right. Is there anything that indicates that that room's trapped, or that there's traps like in the area, or?
Okay. Make another sleight of hand check.
17.
You imagine that it's going to be locked. You imagine that there's going to be a patrol there. Also, thinking about it, you realize that that pathway might be destroyed given what happened at the prison and the explosion that caved in the cells that both Juniper and Doddle were in. You might have to enter into the floor below and then enter through the stairwell.
Huh, okay.
But you're not sure without seeing the actual place.
In my contacts list,
Yes.
would I happen to know a guy who knows a guy who knows a guy that works for the masonry, mason that would be charged to fix the jail when it needs repair?
Right, you know merchants. You do not know a mason per se.
Or someone who might know him.
Right. Yeah, you know people who might know, but you'd have to get in contact with those underworld contacts so that they could work to do that. I will remind you as well that you had a purchase set up with Rosee for all of the items in the treasure chest that is currently in the crypt.
Right, yes.
That contains the large number of magical components that you collected from the storehouse, the safe house of the Grasping Eye.
Thank
It
you
is
for that
an
reminder.
enormous fortune in magical components that you very painstakingly stole from them, nearly destroying all of your friends in the process.
I
but you
can't
did
pick
survive.
that up. I can't pick that up by myself, however, right?
No, you brought it here on a cart.
Right.
2 people could carry it uncomfortably.
Right. Does it sound like they're still talking, important talking stuff in the other room?
It's gotten kind of low, and you still hear everything. Yeah, you hear everything. But they're whispering, and it's very foreboding, and it's gotten very solemn.
Great. I'm gonna interrupt. I'm gonna come in.
Okay, you burst into the door, and Harold immediately kind of clucks as the chicken just ruffles his feathers as you bust into the space.
Well, I'm not gonna kick the door down. Jesus.
You very abruptly entered.
Okay. Sorry to interrupt. Gravesmaster,
Yes.
is it possible to have our cart sent out so I can meet it somewhere?
Of course, your cart is your own. I have no desire to keep it from you.
Of course, I just want to. I know the deal was that we cannot be seen anywhere near your establishment or leaving or entering, so I was hoping to just have it set up somewhere for me to meet it.
That can be, of course, arranged.
Lovely. Can you also make sure that this, and I point to the trunk, is on the cart when I meet it?
I'm afraid that will have to be transported separately. I can't have these illicit goods leaving the front of my personal workshop. You understand, of course.
Of course.
It is dangerous.
Of course. Hawk, Doddle, when you're done, I'm going to need assistance getting this trunk to the cart so I can sell these to Rosee as fast as possible.
Okay, what's in the trunk?
It's all of the things that we took from the Grasping Eye.
Oh,
Yeah, for the Rosee deal.
Okay, do you want to do that right now?
Not right now. Take your time. I still have some things I have to...
Oh, I just mean
Sort out,
are we gonna be selling illegal stuff in the middle of what is essentially a gang war?
It could be good to have money in that case.
I guess. I'm worried about you, Siraye, that's all.
Oh, we'll be fine. We're giving it to Rosee. She'll be able to take care of it.
Okay. I would actually love to see Rosee again. Oh, does anyone have the time?
Do I know what time it is?
I don't think we would know, right?
Do we have any sort of inkling? Like, is it the next day?
Well, you don't know, really. To be honest, you've been sleeping in a crypt, and all of you were.
Sleep.
Yeah. Well, no, you didn't. You've been forcibly keeping yourself awake, having strange, nightmarish visions. So you think it's probably midday. You're not sure.
Okay, but it is like the next day.
Yeah, it is the next day.
All right,
You know that
I'm
much
gonna-
time has passed by.
Okay, I'm gonna take out the letterbox for Rosee and I'm just gonna stick my pre-written letter in there and then just put it back.
Yeah. This glittery,
I have to do that too.
gem-covered box.
The box. Anybody else? Anybody else?
Yeah, I have to write a letter first.
Yeah, I need to write that.
Oh, okay. Let's do that.
We'll
Nox.
continue this when you're more available.
You can continue this conversation. I have to keep studying this map anyway. I just wanted to see if that was available, and I'll head back into the sewer.
No, my work calls. It is important that I maintain the appearance of activity above.
I'm so sorry, Mr. Gravesmaster, but please may I have just a few more moments of your time, because I have absolutely no answers whatsoever. You seem to hold more answers than I was anticipating that you would.
I can spare a few moments more, I suppose.
A question that I had coming into this conversation, I just didn't want to interrupt you and Hawke. Do you know what the Watchful Eye is at all?
It is not the Watchful Eye. It is the Watchful Order. The Watchful Order are a very powerful group of mages that have banded together with the city of Waterdeep. They work together here to seek out any impropriety that they might find to those who would misuse magic.
What would they deem an impropriety?
That would depend on which member of the Watchful Order you were speaking with. Oftentimes their motives are varied, and like any governmental body, they're quite prone to corruption.
Alright. That was the only question I had going into this. I suppose everything else can wait. Thank you very much for your time, sir.
In your interactions with the city, have you come across the Watchful Eye, the Watchful Ones?
I'm not sure. Everything that happened to me in the jail is a little bit of a blur. I've only remembered hearing their name once, and it was in peculiar circumstances. I just was hoping for a little clarification, that's all.
If indeed you are harried by the Watchful Order, you must be cautious. They are powerful, and they have the full financial backing of the Lords of Waterdeep. Here within the city, all things are possible with coin.
Good to know. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Gravemaster, sir.
Zia. Gravemaster Zia would suffice.
Okay.
Gravemaster, I have just 2 questions left. I guess my first question is, why would the Raven Queen want me to find Doddle? Of all people. And also, you said that Doddle's altered the weave earlier? In some way?
I do not pretend to understand the full extent of the magical spell that affects Doddle, but it is powerful. More powerful than I have sensed in some time.
Do you know what kind of person would have to cast said spell?
I do. Your second question regarding the Raven Queen. The Raven Queen's mysteries are her own. All I can say is that if you have been drawn to this small goblin, it is for a very specific reason.
Okay.
I must make my way now.
Thank you very much for extending our conversation. We appreciate your time.
You are most welcome. I hope that in time our association will be fond memories.
May I smile at him?
And he leaves, floating up the stairs, quietly, silently, as you're left alone. Siraye, what are you doing? You're...
Gravesmaster, can I get that card sent out, please?
It's already been done.
Where should I meet it?
Where you entered. On the outskirts.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Meanwhile, in the other crypt, June, what are you doing?
Trying to get my bearings, thanks. I'm assuming I'm still lying on the floor in shock.
Maglo is there.
Doing general medic doctory things. Like, right, can you follow my quill? Can your eyes follow my quill? You follow it?
Yeah.
All good? Any hurts? Any hurt anywhere? Is your head? You knocked your head quite bad. Is it all right? Do you have does everything feel fine? Like if I press here, can you feel that? Press here, can you feel that?
How do I feel mentally after witnessing this?
You're okay. You feel faint, a little weak, but everything is quickly returning to you, and you feel unharmed. The fish is swimming in the orb in front of you. The indications that you are sensing, June, is that the fish doesn't know that you're here.
I don't know what's going on with the orb around your fish friend, but it can't or won't speak to me. I saw millions, possibly hundreds, thousands, whatever, eyes looking back at me. It was like a nightmare in teeth, and whatever's around it is...
Right, so you saw one eye, and then a bunch of sharp teeth, and then a bunch of little eyes?
Yes.
Alright, is this in a void? Or was it on a thing? Was it...
More like a void, dark.
Okay. Right. Okay. Well, I don't know what that tells us. Okay, that's fine. Right, you... Let's take 5 minutes. Have you eaten?
No, just the wine.
Alright, well, that's no good, is it? You can't do a full day's work on an empty stomach. One sec, let me crack something up for you. Maglo goes into his bag and tries to find rations and things which aren't the stale breads and things that we've been eating.
How much time has passed? I want to see if I can still do that communication with the fish.
You still can if you like.
Okay, well, while he's rummaging, I look over at the fish and just to see if it can still hear me.
Well, you don't believe that it's ever heard you.
I don't think so, but just in case. I'm really hungry. I could maybe eat you. No? Alright. Great.
You threaten the goldfish, and nothing happens.
Juniper!
Well,
Yeah.
you didn't really understand what was said there, to be fair, Maglo.
No, but there was random words being random symbols and shit being said after Maglo's don't do anything.
Yeah, true. Go ahead.
Stop. Don't bother talking to it. It's fine. I don't want another weird reaction thing until we've eaten, and then we can, if you want, we can go again. And
I just thought maybe if I was a little forceful, it would register, but it didn't.
all right, that's fine. So we're gonna go with, at the minute, the theory is that it can't hear you, not that it can't understand you, is that it straight up is kind of deaf, because it's not looking at you or registering yet or anything like that. And he pulls out some random like jerkies. He's like, here, eat this. Okay, great.
It's almost like, while she's eating, it's almost like the orb is soundproofing.
No, that's good. At the minute, I'm thinking that the fish is. Okay, I'm actually going to take that back. I ain't convinced that the fish is real. I think the fish might be like an illusion or something, because we can't. If it's not, I don't know. It's like it seems like they're protecting the fish. You know, like they're making it so that the fish on purpose can't hear us for some reason, and it's either that or the whole orb is a magic source, and the bowl, in a sense, is it's just pretending to be a bowl. Like, it's just illusion to look like a fish when it's actually not.
Actually, not a fish.
Oh wait, did you kind of understand the theory that I'm going for here? Like, it's just an illusion on it. If it can't understand you, and there's no reason to soundproof the fish unless the fish itself is particularly powerful. Like, it's not an item. It's not like, people ain't looking for the source of the magic or the orb. They're looking for the fish inside, and the orb is like protecting them, us, it. Oh, I don't know. Basically, there's a lot of questions, and we have a fucking night ahead of us.
Cracking it open? Is that? I'm sure you have, but I did.
No, we haven't. I want to leave that as a last resort. I don't want to crack it open and then we can't get it back on, because at the minute our hiddenness is very tentative and small, and it's like, I don't want to break that by letting out an extremely powerful source of magic, like out of the bowl, as it were. I'd like to cross off a few more things on my list before we do that. What's next?
Is this orb, Nox, is this, from touching it, is it like a hard, slippery surface, or like more like a jiggly, kind of solidified?
It feels like crystal. Thicker than glass and certainly more solid, but you almost, like, the way that it's full of water, you almost sense the element inside of it. It's very distant to you, but given that you are so closely tied to Sylvanus, you feel that the water, at least, is very real.
Maglo. If it is an illusion, what if it's... The fish is there. It's in a place similar to this orb, but it's just relocated. What if it's just like an image, a mirror of some kind, where we're seeing what it actually is, but it's...
Oh, that's good, actually. I like that.
Yeah.
Is this a fact? When you touched it?
Not a fact, but...
No?
The water seems real. I feel like this fish is real. Maybe if it's not real for us, it's real somewhere else.
Okay. Right, okay, so I'm instead of breaking it, I'm gonna do summon. Maglo tries to grab the orb and pick it up.
Yeah, you grab it. It's cold to the touch, but it has weight to it, and it kind of feels like it's full of liquid by the weight.
Okay.
So, because there's a little move in it. If it was solid, it would just be heavy, right?
Yeah.
So you're feeling, even though that you can't see where any air is, it feels as if there's water movement in there. And there's like an inertia to it, right? And you pick it up, and it's heavy, but it's about that large.
Right. Okay, if I die, I'm gonna need you to catch this. Not me, I can get it, but I need you to catch this, right? And he just starts shaking it, just furiously, to see if the fish inside, like, moves at all.
Maglo, what are you...
It's fine. It's perfectly scientific. Don't worry about this. This is all in the process. It's all in the process.
Meanwhile, as Maglo shakes this goldfish, Siraye, you are standing with the others. Harold is absently picking for worms in the dirt, and Doddle and Hawke are sitting by the fire. The Gravesmaster has left. What would you like to do?
So I presume that conversation went well.
You know, yeah, a lot of answers were found. I'd say it was quite productive. I'm very sorry that I asked you to keep watch. I was just very anxious not having the door, like somebody on it. You know what I mean?
It was a great conversation. All the news was good news, and now we can move forward in a happy and collaborative manner.
So, Siraye, you wanted us to go help you transport this chest?
Yeah.
So
it's too heavy for just one person to carry.
Okay, here's my thought process here. Is I care about you and value you as a party member, and I don't want you going out alone when everybody and their mother in the city wants us dead.
Well, thank you.
But also, I don't want to leave the goldfish alone, because it seems to be the reason everybody and their mother wants us dead.
Yes.
But me
I
and
have
Hawke
I have a feeling that as long as we are in the crypt, it cannot be tracked.
No, I know, but I don't want it left like unguarded. But Hawke and I are the reason everybody and their mother wants us dead, and we have a tracker on us. So I'm suggesting perhaps leave the goldfish with the academics as they're studying it. Do you have any more of those potions that Hawke and I could drink so that we could accompany you?
I don't think I do.
I thought
I just have the one.
Oh, I thought she
Did I
gave
give
us
that one
like
to
3.
you?
There, you didn't. There is a drink. There is a potion for Hawke and Doddle that have not been drunk.
Oh yes, here.
And
Because
we're going to see Rosee, right?
Yeah, she made alterations, but she only had enough for you to do a dose that would allow you 24 hours. So.
And it's presumably been almost that, right?
But nobody's taken these potions. You took potions while you were in the shop, if I'm correct.
Okay, then here's the plan, Siraye. We'll take these. We'll keep you company and keep you safe. We'll go see Rosee. Rosee will give us more potions, and look at that. We're good to go.
All right.
Yeah, have a potion, please.
Here you go. Nice.
Thank you.
And over the potions to both of you.
I hope I don't get pink again.
Yeah, your skin tone changed after you slept, so it had worn off. You are more normal now. So do you both take the potions?
Yes.
All right.
Doddle, apparently nothing happens as far as you can tell, but your skin has never changed color. Nothing's ever happened to you when you take the potion. And Hawke, you get lightheaded, and immediately your skin begins to kind of blur between blue and pink. So it's kind of like slowly shifting back and forth.
Like Sleeping Beauty.
Oh, what's going on? How am I looking? How am I looking? And I'm blue?
No, well, it keeps on changing from blue to pink. It's kind of pretty, actually.
Yeah, it kind of makes me a moving target, though. Like, I feel like...
No. Now you just look like a moon elf.
I've never met one of them before.
Me neither. What, do they have blue and pink skin?
Blue skin, mostly, yes. But,
Maybe you're just one of those moon elves that you're like, oh, my skin tone changes when the sun hits it, you know?
I'm half... Well, okay, I can definitely pull that off, except, I don't think you noticed. My ears are round.
Do you have a cloak of some kind?
Oh, yeah, I got my traveler's cloak. I'm gonna put the
Just throw that on. I only have one scarf. I'm afraid I'm not sure if I can help you from here on out. Why don't we put on your head, and then you can look like you got achievement.
How about this? If anybody asks, I have a dirtbag husband that's an alchemist, and he keeps talking about how he's really fucking brilliant, but he was testing potions out on me, and now I'm like this.
Well, that sounds perfect. I'm gonna go up
he's
to
a really
Harold.
shitty husband. And you have to keep. Probably cheats on me, all that.
What's his name? Haglo Handorian.
Haglo Handorian.
I'm gonna kneel beside Harold. I'm gonna say, Harold, would you like to stay here, or would you like to come with us?
Harold pecks at your coat and jumps into your arms.
Okay, Harold's gonna come. Is it okay?
That's fine.
All right, let's go. You can meet Rosee. Harold can meet Rosee.
I'm gonna leave a note by the food, saying, Maglo and June want to turn in goods to Rosee. We'll be back soon, hopefully with money.
All right.
Meanwhile, as we're walking, Hawke is starting to write his letter to Rosee really quickly.
As Hawke is writing as they're writing their letters to Rosee, can I not turn over, because I don't want them to be like, oh, it's double-sided, didn't see that, like a test. I'm gonna take another piece of paper and I'm gonna write a little letter to the Gravesmaster, and hopefully it'll be a little bit more fluent and artistic and whatever, but I basically just want to say thank you so much for your hospitality and for keeping us safe. And I'm sorry that I was unsure of you when I first met you. It's just been a crazy couple of days, and you have turned out to be very warm and kind, and I appreciate all that you have done for us.
You write a very, very thoughtful letter, and you leave it behind for the Gravesmaster. Who's carrying the trunk?
I presume Hawke and I are gonna have to do it, because
I was going to recommend that we have the strongest, most physically astute members of our party do it. So, Siraye, Doddle, you got this.
Okay.
Doesn't Doddle have a chicken in her arms?
Oh, I do have a chicken, but Hawke could carry Harold, but I'm not sure if Harold.
Yeah, Harold's probably the heaviest thing here. I should do the heavy lifting here. Doddle, pass me Harold.
There you go, Harold. You're gonna go to Hawke.
There we go. Oh, Doddle, tell you what, this chicken's way too heavy. You're the strongest of us. I'll take the light trunk.
Wow.
Okay, we'll lift later.
Can you do that? Yeah. Thank you.
I love how Hawke is just a slacker in this moment, trying to get out of any kind of physical exertion. Who is carrying the trunk, just so that I'm clear on it?
Hawke and Siraye.
Okay. So I
like to think that verbal encounter was what actually happened.
Yeah.
Oh, I hope. I don't know. It's up to you as to whether or not that happened. But I do need you both to make an athletics check for transporting this trunk through the network of sewer systems that lead outside of the City of the Dead to the exit that you've used a few times now. Siraye, you remember...
Athletics?
Yeah, athletics. You remember that you follow the markings that were placed in the stone along the way, and I need you to make a survival check to guide everyone out.
Okay, so 23 on my athletics.
Okay.
19 for mine.
So you have no problems with the weight of the chest. It is exhausting, and so at the end of this, you're sore. It was a workout. You're sweating, but you didn't have any issues as you moved along. How'd you do in your survival?
It's only 4 on my survival.
Total?
Yep.
Okay, so I need you to make another athletics check as you've taken a wrong turn somewhere along the way and prolonged your journey through the sewer.
Oh wait, I think it's this way. Hold on.
Oh, it's okay. I'm totally...
Athletics?
I can totally handle it. That's an 11.
Uh-huh. How'd you do on your athletics?
I totally got
12.
this.
So you both are showing signs of exhaustion, and you have to take a series of breaks. So Doddle, they keep stopping and taking, switching hands and taking time. It's been almost 2 hours. Go ahead and make your survival one more time, Siraye.
Oh, thank God. Dirty 20.
Okay. Is there anything you want to do?
The chicken.
Yeah. Doddle.
She's doing just fine.
Okay. So Siraye finally leads you out of this network of sewer tunnels, and you emerge behind the kind of like shady-looking blacksmith stall that you have emerged from a number of times now, and in the alleyway, tethered to the back on a hitching post, you see the kind of beaten down draft horse that you liberated from the grasping eye, along with the old rickety cart.
Perfect.
May I go up and say hello to the horse?
You may. You step up to the horse, and it just kind of like side-eyes you as you walk up. It looks a little wary.
Hello, friend. Did we ever give you a name? I'm not sure you're gonna respond to me. All right. I'm gonna lean over and yell at my friends. Did we ever give this horse a proper name?
I don't think we. What should we name him? If we
Horse?
did, we probably forgot. Horse. Horses.
Horse is a little demeaning. Don't be pretentious about it. All right.
The draft horse like taps its hoof onto the ground and just kind of like uncomfortably shuffles.
Okay.
Jeremy?
Huh? Jeremy seems okay. Tap your hoof again if you like Jeremy. Oh, I didn't like Jeremy.
Okay.
What about Delilah?
Is this a boy horse or a girl horse? Hawke is gonna
Make an animal handling check, please.
I don't think horses have
He's not gonna try
societal
with.
structure
He's
for
just
gender.
taking a peek. That is 8 plus 0. Wait, no, 8 plus 2. That's a 10.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it is actually it's a male horse.
It's a guy. I don't think Delilah's gonna cut it.
Oh wait, what about? I have a good.
It taps
I have a good name
it
for
taps
this
its
horse.
hoof. It taps its hoof.
Oh!
Oh, Delilah?
Delilah? Do you like Delilah?
I was gonna call it Maglo.
It taps its
That'll just
hoof
get
when you say
confusing.
Maglo.
Oh, we did.
All right, Maglo it is.
I don't. Doddle. To
Yeah?
be fair, I don't think Maglo would appreciate it if we named the draft horse after him. So we should definitely name the draft horse after him. Let's do this. All right, All right, Maglo.
So you have named your broken down draft horse Maglo, and you are behind the blacksmith shop in the City of the Dead. You are north currently of the Southern Ward. You are not too far off from the high road, which you need to travel down to make your way to the Court of Stars, which is where the Magistrate's Keep is.
Okay.
And also Rosee's shop, which is in the Court of Stars outside of
Perfect.
it.
All right, Hawke, let's get this in this cart.
All right. Okay. All right.
I'm gonna put my hood up.
All right. On the
Put my
count of
scarf
3.
over my
Oh,
face.
okay.
Okay, you conceal yourself. And who is driving the cart?
All right. Should I drive the car, or do you want to drive the car?
Perhaps Siraye should drive the cart because I'm not sure anybody's gotta head out on Siraye at the moment.
That's true. That we know of. Siraye, is anybody looking for you right now?
Not that I know of.
Okay. All right.
We'll be on the lookout.
Okay. Let's look out.
Actually, to be double safe, is there anything in the cart that I could like hide under?
Yeah, there are some burlap sacks and bags and some empty crates. You can find a way to hide underneath it all.
And just to
Alright,
be
yeah.
double safe.
This is a good idea. Hawke gets under, and when he gets under, he like positions the tarp so that nobody can see him, and you just kind of hear him like softly cry a little bit.
Hawke, are you okay?
I'm good.
Doesn't sound like you're good.
Harold sits on your head.
I'm allergic to chickens. It's been really hard, especially because I grew up on a chicken farm.
Wow. Do you just want to let it out? I can pretend that I'm not listening.
I said it was allergies, Doddle.
Do you want me to take Harold and like shield you from that?
No, it's okay.
Okay, I don't know how to best service you in this moment of grief.
Go ahead and make an animal handling check, Siraye.
Me?
Yes, please. Well, you're driving the cart, correct?
Oh, right. Animals.
Yeah.
Woof. Animal handling, where would that be?
It's right under acrobatics. It's all in alphabetical.
7.
7?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're moving down the wrong side of the road for a good portion of the start of this
Happened the
journey.
last time too.
Yeah, the draft horse
don't like me.
the draft horse just always wants to kind of meander off to the side, and it's
Come on.
it's moving forward slowly, kind of trotting along.
Come on. Come on, Maglo.
Make another animal handling check.
I always knew Maclo would be a stupid fucking horse.
4.
Yeah,
Come on.
yeah. Now Maglo's just stopped and is drinking out of a puddle in the street. Speaking of Maglo, we return to other Maglo.
It's the most Maglo fucking horse we could have gotten.
Juniper, you and Maglo are still within the space, and Maglo is viciously shaking this orb. And then do you eventually stop, Maglo?
Yeah.
I mean, this is a two-handed type thing. Yeah, it's a two-handed type thing.
He does it and then he stops.
It's like a bowling ball. Think of it like a bowling ball.
Brilliant. Okay, cool. Yeah. And then he stops to see if the fish is perturbed in any way, if it's moving around, if there's any change in the water.
There's
anything like
no
that.
change. The fish is swimming exactly as it was swimming before. The water does not look disturbed.
Right, okay. I think you're right. I think it might just be like an illusion of a bigger place. Because look, the fish ain't bothered at all, and I shook it for quite a while. The water's not changed, nothing.
So it's like a two-way mirror.
Two-way mirror?
I mean, if
Not
we
just
can
a one?
see it. I mean, when I stepped in front of it, it saw me for a second. It has to be, right?
Yes. Fucking hell.
Could be dangerous for all of you if they're tracking me with this thing. Because if it can see me, it can see them.
But also, the thing is just, like, what's the point of it? Like, why are they coming after us? Max pulls out the little compass that the dwarf had.
Yeah, and it's spinning everywhere it goes. It's pointed wherever the orb is.
Look at this, look at this.
And then we're just vibrating with energy.
Like, why? What is the point in it? Why is the fish so important? That's what I want to know. It's wild. I just don't fucking get it. Is it like, is this place something like, is this place what they're looking for? Is it the fish? Is it just nice? And whoever the fuck it is just really likes this one fish, and that there's nothing else. Nothing else matters in it.
Where'd you get that compass?
The dwarf that when they attacked me, because I was carrying this at the time, they were pointing it, like following the compass, which what led them to us, which is why they knew I had
When
it.
I fled the jail, there was something that looked very similar to that, and I jumped through, and it was like a level, like a lever, like a portal of some kind, and now it's going off the deep end with this fish.
Wait, what? The compass was
Right?
pointing at the portal?
A device similar to the compass.
See, because I got this from the dwarf that was at the portal. When the dwarf died, he was holding this and it was pointing at me. Was there another one?
Nothing left behind. So then, okay, this doesn't make any sense. All these things are matching up and are similar. So then there's a bigger picture here that we're just not getting.
But I think the thing is that we've done pretty good so far. We've only been here for a couple of hours and we've gotten a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
Admittedly, none of the questions that I've asked have been answered, but there's a lot more questions, which means that there's more science afoot, and that's always fun. That means that we can really get stuck into this. Oh fuck! Have you written your letter to Rosee today? I have it written at the top of my notes, and I ain't done it yet.
I wrote it last night. But hold that thought. Maglo, have you tried... It's a little reckless. Dropping the orb?
No,
Saying if anything?
we haven't been like.
Like, has it?
Like we haven't been cautious with it. We've fallen over and been hit with stuff.
I just wonder what would happen if something impacted.
You want to try and break it, is what you want to do.
I don't know if I want to break it. I just want to see. When I touched it, just light tapping, I saw that vision, that nightmare, whatever it was. Maybe if we add a little bit more force.
Oh, what? See it again? I don't want it coming here.
I don't know. I'm just trying to see if it will point us in the right direction about what this thing is. Force isn't always bad, you know?
I tell you what, I got another thing to do. I'm going to try. There's a wizard spell. It's called Identify, and I can also do that with the things I got set up here. So I'm going to try and identify it just to see, kind of where it comes from, see if we can get anything else from it. And if we can't, we can try and lightly hitting it. I don't want to do enough damage to possibly break it.
Just like a little tink.
And then maybe go to the library, see if we can get any information on anything about two-way mirrors or.
Oh, there's a library here.
I swore deep. I'm sure there's tons of them.
Ah.
Not here. We can see if the Gravesmaster has any books, but I want a library, something that actually we
Why
can
don't we?
better.
Have you asked? What's his name? The Gravesmaster?
Great Zir. No, I ain't asked him.
Have you asked him anything about this orb?
No, could do. It's worth a shot. He's only next door. Tell you what, I will do it. Right. Okay. So I'm gonna try and identify it, which means I'm gonna need 20 minutes, maybe half an hour. Then we're gonna ask Zir. Then library. We can grab a bite to eat on the way or something, because then we can just sit down with a bunch of books and shit.
Yeah.
We're both gonna need to get dressed for that though, because people are gonna be looking for us. Because you just broke out of jail, and I'm the one who impersonated someone to get in. So
Juniper just kind of looks down at her tacky clothing and poses. I mean, you sure I can't just go out like this?
I mean, listen, you look phenomenal. I mean,
thank you.
But people just know that. That's the problem. People are going to be looking for that.
Rosee has given you, the gnome has given you this brightly colored outfit that clashes. It's very vibrant and is not stealthy in any way, shape, or form.
Oh, Maglo, are you saying that Rosee didn't give us anything?
No, I'm not. I'm saying people are just going to be able to pick us up really quick. No, you listen.
I think you're right. You're right.
You know what? You look so good, and the thing is, when you get a really good outfit, you don't want to just keep going out in the same thing, and people are expecting you to look like that all the time. That's a lot of pressure.
Oh no, yeah, I agree. I think that I should take this lovely outfit and maybe chuck it in the bin.
Well, don't do that, because Rosee can apparently sense us everywhere, and if you throw any of her clothes in the bin, I'm sure that they're going to react and come animated, and then she's going to get that giant fucking Goliath boy to snap her neck.
Oh God, what have I gotten into? Alright, well, let's focus on one thing at a time.
I'm gonna. You can give me half an hour. Do you want to go ask Zir as I do this, and then we can compare notes, or do you want me to do this and then we can go ask Zir?
Give me the orb. I'll go ask
Are you
Zir.
gonna break it?
No, I'm not gonna break it. I won't do it unless you're in.
Go on.
When I touch it this time, does anything happen?
No, it's just very cool to the touch. It's heavy.
Not gonna lie, I thought this thing was gonna react again.
I think it's because you were casting magic to try and see the fish. I think that's what caused it.
So to be clear though, Maglo, you are going to cast an identify spell, and
yes.
June, you're going to take the goldfish and leave the room.
Yes.
Oh shit! I need the orb to cast identify. Sorry, that was my fault. I thought you were just trying to do someone else. Tell you what, let's do this first.
Let's do it.
And then we can go with it.
Alright.
Okay, so for
Identify.
30 minutes you cast a ritualized version of Identify. Maglo, make a wisdom save.
Fucking hell. 3.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Okay, Maglo. So immediately there's this. Your spell is completed, and as soon as you finalize the process through which you distill all of the liquids that you use, and then you start to disperse it onto and around the orb, there's a fizzle, and an acrid smoke rises up from it. You begin coughing, and in a moment you hear. Echoing from somewhere around you. What would you like to do?
Maglo grabs his notebook and starts writing down just things that he hears and like,
You
hey,
don't-
June.
You hear these weird moans, but then you also smell like a strange, just kind of like a putrid animal or something. There's a strange smell in the air in the moment that you cast it.
Juniper, can you smell that? Can you hear that?
Can I?
You're still touching the orb, and it's the noises have stopped, and you realize that there's nothing that you can do to activate the orb, that the orb is active all the time, and that what the orb does is that it contains whatever's inside, that it shields and protects whatever's inside, and that it does so to such an extent that it seemingly makes it immune to magic and magical effects within the orb. And beyond that, your identify fails. You can't identify beyond just the exterior structure. However, you're not certain, but you think that you've missed something very, very important in your spell. There's this nagging feeling at the back of your mind that in your calculations and in your alchemical work here, you've missed something.
Okay. I think the fish is actually inside it, because this orb seems to protect whatever's inside it specifically. But not like a mirror, not like two-way, and not one-way, but it's like protects what's inside. So I think the fish is real, and I think the water is real inside it. It's just magically protected. I'm also missing stuff, and I'm gonna do this again.
So then maybe we should do the little tappy tappy.
You didn't hear none of the stuff, right? The moans and the smells. You couldn't smell the smells. You couldn't hear the moans.
I didn't hear or smell anything.
Okay.
You didn't hear any
right.
of that, June? No.
That means whoever's casting the spell on it, summon, is contacting that person at the time. Me for identify, you for to speak with animals. This means that the more we do this, the higher chance the thing is going to see us and know where we are. Which is rough and bad. I understand that. So, I need to do this again. But first, we need a backup. Because if we do real bad on this and it ends up seeing exactly where we are, because I don't know what the fuck this thing is, but you said it has eyes and short teeth. I'm hearing fucking moans and smells, and there's something at the other end of this, and I think it's the thing controlling it or attuned to it or whatever. If this thing sees us, we're fucked. I don't know what it is, but it's clearly something powerful, else everyone wouldn't be going for it.
Nox, when I had my little vision, was it Were the eyes looking at me or through me?
Make a wisdom check. Go ahead and add your insight bonus to it.
Can I add a flash of genius to it?
You may.
19.
Which is +4. Add
Oh.
+4 to the roll by
23?
Yeah, but just whilst talking about all the things that we figured out so far.
Right. Juniper, you think about this and you close your eyes for a moment and you see those eyes again in the darkness, and in it you realize that it's all one thing, and that it is searching, and that in a moment, while it didn't know or wasn't aware, it became aware of you and knows you.
Maglo, I think you're right. The more we interact with this thing, the higher chance they're gonna see us. I think that I've already been seen with those eyes. So maybe we should go talk to, what's his name, Master Zir?
Zir. Alright, so if you've been seen, that means I've probably been seen as well. I want to go again. Just once more.
You're going to cast Identify again?
I'm more talking about it with Juniper. If it knows about me, then it knows about me. That means that we can use this opportunity to learn about it. If we see it, if we find it, if we can either learn about this fucking fish, or he can see us, and we can get a clear picture of him. If we get a clear picture, we can get what it is. We can try to figure out what it knows. If not that, if we get a physical description, we can research it. We can do stuff like that. It's risky, but we're in a risky fucking situation right now. Just one. You can leave the room.
No, let's do it.
All right. Let's kill two birds with one stone. If I start going dark side, or something happens that don't seem right, I'm gonna need you to hit this thing as far away from me as possible.
I promise.
Just bat it to the other end of the room. Cover it with something. Just so we can break that connection in some way. Okay. It's either going to go real bad or it's going to be phenomenal, and there's honestly no in between.
Go ahead.
Right.
And, I'm sorry. Are you performing this?
No, yeah. Oh, let's go for it. Yep.
Make a wisdom save with a disadvantage.
1920.
Nice.
Very good.
That's +7. That's wisdom save. Never mind. Oh my god.
Yeah, but you got a natural 20. You complete the spell, and it takes another 30 minutes of your time. And this time you do everything perfectly. All of the liquids are distilled properly. The vapors have filled in a test tube. You shake it up and you release it onto the orb. Everything is by the book. You don't sense anything. And all of these indications start becoming apparent in your work. The colors that are shifting in the vials tell you a story about how this object interacts. There is no illusion magic currently affecting this orb. You're certain of that. There's no illusion. But there are very powerful magics of other sorts. And it is currently pulsing like a beacon and is absorbing magical energy around it.
Phenomenal. All right. Great.
Meanwhile, on the street with other Maglo, make an animal handling check, please, Siraye. You muted?
Yes, I am. Thank goodness. I got 17. Come on, Maglo. And I flip the reins. Like, yeah.
Okay, so you crack the reins, and Maglo kind of gives you a sidelong view, and then decides, okay, fine, and starts running.
Oh wait, hold up.
And you're
Don't
now
run.
darting through the streets of Waterdeep.
Oh my gosh. I'm gonna try and slow.
I mean,
down.
he's going the way you want. You're just going very quickly.
I'm gonna try and slow him down.
Okay, go ahead and make another animal handling check, please. You're on the high road and it's very crowded. So while you're still controlling everything, it is a little harrowing.
5.
Yeah, he stops, and then you start again. Everyone in the back of the cart, the cart has started and stopped a number of times now, at very, very rough speeds. Like, Harold has gotten off of your head, Hawke, because this cart keeps jerking back and forth.
Hawke's trying to cover up the fact that he's no longer... He's like trying hard. He's like stabbing his eyes. Like, oh, wow, good.
Can I talk to Hawke?
What's up? Wow, those were rough allergies. Good thing I'm all better now.
I'm glad you're all better.
Yep.
What's going through your head right now about the allergies? Because to my knowledge, you chose these allergies. Were you not fully aware of the source of these allergies? Like, did you not fully understand you might have to take medication because of the bad side effects of your chicken allergy?
Well, I was in a bad place and a bad time when I chose to have allergies. And at the time, I thought having allergies was going to be a good thing because I thought that there was something that I could help with the allergies. But now, in hindsight, I realize not really. But also, it's kind of too late. And also, I have a lot of questions about the side effects and origins of my allergies that have been answered, but also have now been raised. And like,
Okay, well,
these allergies can help people.
okay, well, I can't guarantee that I'll be able to cure your allergies, but I can promise that if I get sneezed on, or if you cough at an awkward time, or if your face blows up like a balloon, or anything bad that happens because of these allergies, that I'll still be here.
Thank you, Doddle.
You're welcome.
Yeah, there's a lot. Hey, Doddle, you speaking of my allergies, you had a bad allergy yourself. How long ago was that, by chance? Because boy howdy, these allergies sure kind of mess with my head, and I don't fully remember how long it's been.
Seems like forever ago, but how long have we been in Waterdeep? Like,
You've only been in Waterdeep for a few weeks.
fucking hell.
Holy crap. It's been a
Yeah,
long year.
probably just been like 2 months, but I think I've adjusted rather well, not because it's an appropriate response, but because it's the most convenient one, if that makes sense.
Oh, that makes sense. Just kind
I'm
of putting
fine.
a timeline together. Yeah, we're both fine. It's cool.
No, I'm fine.
I know you're fine, Doddle, and we will be fine together.
Siraye, you're approaching now the Court of Stars. Maglo has resumed a somewhat regular pace, but overall the draft horse is endlessly frustrating.
Come on, Maglo horse. We're almost there. I'm gonna try and keep my cool and my strong demeanor. Well,
I just kind of peek my head up from the tarp. Siraye, do you want some help?
No, it's fine. This horse will listen to me eventually.
Do you want me to help you in calming down the horse and listening? I don't know. Like, I can help.
Sure, help.
Okay. All right. Hawke is gonna like crawl out from the tarp, sit next to Siraye, and go, okay. How should I talk to Maglo? Oi, bud. Doing okay there, Sham? Go get there.
You don't think that's gonna annoy it?
Fucking horse.
Make an animal handling check, please.
I don't know. I'm just speaking Hawke to Hawke. Sorry, I'm speaking Maglo to Maglo. That's a 6.
Fuck this horse.
Maglo doesn't seem to care. Yeah, I mean, you're going. It's just really kind of like stop-start. You've got to really maneuver him. He constantly wants to wander off. Where you're at the Court of Stars now, and the corridors here are fairly small roads. So it's not like the King's Way that you would come in on, which is a very large, open main thoroughfare. These are tight quarters, and now there are merchant carts all the way down, and Maglo tries to like eat some apples off of a cart.
No, and I'm gonna try and pull the reins to get it.
Yeah, he's got a bit in, so it's not really working out well for him anyway.
I'm so sorry, sir. As we pass, and I tell to the merchant, like,
Yeah.
I'm so sorry. I'm not very good with animals. I apologize.
They laugh at you as you just continue on.
Oh, Siraye, I have an idea.
What?
Hey, why are those apples a stick and a string?
You pull up to Rosee's shop, which is on the outside of it is a sign made out of wood that's been brightly painted. The tarp is bright. All of the colors of the fabric kind of glow from the inside. There are a myriad of bottles and little beakers that are filled with glowing fluid of various different colors. Lots of magical properties are causing the tent to kind of glow and sparkle from the inside. And standing on the outside, you see the glowering form of the half-orc Goliath, Bone Splitter.
I guess we're just gonna pull up to the front.
Yeah.
And all right, we're here, everyone. Hello, Bone Splitter.
Peek out from under the cloth.
Do you think you could help us? We have some goods for Rosee in the back.
Bone Splitter walks to the back of the cart and picks up the trunk with one arm and puts it over his shoulder and walks it into the tent.
Thank you. And then I'm gonna hook the horse up to whatever the closest horse hooking up thing.
Yeah, there's a hitching post, and
Thank you.
Yeah, you find one that's fairly close by.
Can I follow Bone Splitter in?
Yeah, you can.
Okay,
So-
Susan's inside. I'm like, hello, Bone Splitter. How has your time been since we've been apart? That's very good to hear. Is Rosee around? May I say hello?
He puts this enormous trunk down on the side of the shop and then points to the back room, from which the tent flaps open, but you don't see anybody from the other side of the counter, and this little tuft of pink hair kind of moves through. Hi, everybody. I'm really glad you're here. It's really good to see everybody. I hope you're doing well. It took a little while for you to get here, and I was expecting you a little bit sooner than this, but I know you can't always complain. When friends arrive, you have to be ready to serve tea and have good conversation and talk about things and talk about how things are going and what you're doing today and how everything is changing and if things are okay, because I know that you were having some problems last time. Hawke, your skin is changing colors. That's an absolutely fascinating situation, given that the potion was supposed to be more stable than that. And Doddle, your skin hasn't changed at all, which is also strange, because it should change into some sort of color if it's working properly. I certainly hope it is. The only reason that it wouldn't do that is if there was some kind of reason that you wouldn't be able to accept the magical properties of the potion, but I'm sure that there's nothing that could be causing
Rosee,
that.
I'm so sorry. May I interrupt you there? So are you saying that, like, my skin's just not changing or the potion is not working at all? Because that's something I think I need to know immediately.
Yes. I think it's something that we should really investigate, because it's really important, and I don't really know yet, but we're going to take a look at it. We'll make sure that everything's good, and we'll be fine.
Please do that immediately.
Best friend, it's great to see you, Siraye. Yes, absolutely, we can do that right now.
It's so good to see you as well.
It's really good to see all of you. Have you had some tea? I have some cakes here. I have some little cakes with different colors.
Yeah, no, we haven't, Rosee. Can we go into the back room and have tea, and then can you check on Doddle?
There's pink, and there's green, and there's blue, and then there's this other one with sparkles on it, and the little cakes are sometimes a little bit sweet, but I think that you'll find that it's quite nice with the right kind of tea, because it's going to have a good balance on it.
Great, Rosee, we'll take all of them.
We'll take all of them, and we have some letters for you, so after you're able to find out about Doddle's thing, we can give you the letters.
No, I've already received the letters. We made the agreement, and of course you're going to follow through, because we pinky swore on it, and you wouldn't lie to me, and you wouldn't make sure that you wouldn't send the letters. Once you sent the letters, I would know about it, because I gave you the magical box, and in the magical box you'd send the letters, and they would arrive to me through the tube, and I already showed you all that, so of course you know that already.
Oh.
So she continues on, and she's like at a clip, continuing to talk as she has motions, like while this is all going on, she's mixing potions together. And she points with her thumb to the box. Bone Splitter picks it up, and then all of you go into the back room. While as she's mixing, she grabs a tray of cakes and tea and sets it on her head and walks into the other room, still mixing some potions. Here, try this one, try this one, try this one. No, wait, don't try that one. And she takes the vial that she put into your hand, Doddle, and hands a different vial to you.
Alright, once I have a vial in my hand for like more than 5 seconds, I'm gonna just drink that one.
It takes like 2 more vials, but after that, you do seem to have a vial for about 5 seconds.
Okay. Here, glug, glug, glug.
Okay, make a Constitution save, please.
What? That's 11.
Okay, so you drink it and you feel nothing.
Was I supposed to feel something, Rosee?
Yeah, that's kind of strange. You should have been really, you should have started laughing. It's a spell called Hideous Laughter, and it should have caused you to laugh, and it would have been really funny, but it didn't work. And I'm not sure why it didn't work, because you should have all of the capabilities to be able to be affected by my alchemy. But yet, for some reason, it seems to be not working, which is really bad, because if that means that my other spells aren't working, then that means that that spell, the most important spell, isn't working.
Rosee, are you making your potions for goblins, specifically?
I'm making all, more of a variety of different potions that should affect any kind of race, because, by the way, it doesn't always really matter. The physiology, of course, is different, as MacLeod would probably tell you if he were here, which he's not. Where's MacLeod? How is he doing? Is Juniper with you? I do like Juniper. She seems very nice. Although she seemed a little harried after her whole escape from prison and all that. I know that it's been a really long week for all of you, so I'm wondering if there's anything else that I could do to help you.
I just want to get this problem fixed, because I maybe never should have left the crypt, but yes, Juniper is very nice, and so is Maglo, and they're very safe underneath the crypt right now.
Tell me more about what they're doing and how they're doing and what they're eating and if they're being healthy, if they've found themselves any new friends. They didn't find any better friends than me, did they?
No. Oh, no, not so far, I don't believe.
Because I haven't received any letters from Juniper or Maglo, and I'm just starting to wonder if they're going to send one today, because we did make a deal, and it was a pinky swear, and I would hate for that pinky swear not to work.
I'm going to take the box out of my bag, and I'm like, no, the only reason they haven't sent their letters yet, Rosee, is because I have the means of transportation at the minute.
I understand. Okay, it's fine. When the time comes, you'll be able to make sure that they send their letters. I'm sure they've already written them. They probably even written the letters that they were going to send tomorrow, too, and the day after that, and the day after that.
Rosee, is that protection ward still on your tent at the minute?
It is, of course it is. I'm not an amateur here. You've seen what the work that I do, and it's very good. I'm very good at what I do, and my eyes are bright, and my hair is very pink, and it's very strong, and I understand that everything is going to be okay, because right now there are protective wards underneath my tent, and I'm not going to allow somebody to be able to scry in here without my permission, and it doesn't matter, however, it's affecting you or not affecting you. You should be careful, though, because if your skin's not changing color like Hawke here, then there's definitely something happening with the concoction that I'm creating, and so therefore, we need to do a little more investigation to make sure that it's actually working.
All right, well,
Wait.
tell me how I can aid you in any way.
So she's still talking at a clip, and she goes through, and she opens up the trunk and starts pulling components out, and she's looking at things, and she's writing things, and she's saying things to Bone Splitter and holding a conversation with you at the same time. So it's very confusing as she starts running through all of these things at a mile a minute. The gist of what she tells you is that she needs you to try a number of different potions that she's going to mix up, but that the long-term effect may take a little more time, because if making short-term potions isn't working, that she may need to spend more time on the potion to try to strengthen the efficacy of the potion so that it has more of an effect.
Okay.
While this is going on, Hawke is going to quietly kind of open himself up and use his divine sense to see if there's anything being affected by celestial, undead, or fiendish properties, specifically like focusing on Doddle.
There's nothing undead, celestial, or fiendish that is affecting Doddle.
Hey, Doddle, you know, if magic isn't affecting you the way that it would affect other people, do you think that the tracking spell that's affecting me might also not be affecting you? So, what I'm saying is, so the potions that we've been using so far twice have been made to, like, basically replicate spell effects. Hypothetically speaking, if a spell can't affect you in that way...
I like the way you're thinking. That's a fascinating theory, because in fact, if you are somehow not able to be affected by certain types of magic, then perhaps the magic that you're afraid of being affected by isn't really affecting you at all, which means that there wouldn't be a need for a potion in the first place. But there's only one way to know for sure. Keep testing. Let's keep drinking these things. And she keeps like mixing stuff up, and you drink another potion. Or do you drink another potion?
Yeah, I just drink whatever she hands to me. I'm gonna be honest, Hawke. I thought I wasn't getting the side effects because Rosee liked me better.
Oh, that hurts, but it would track.
Yeah.
Well, it's true that she did try on different outfits that I offered, and you were a little more hesitant about it, and you don't seem to be very happy about the color blue or pink or anything else that I've offered up. It might be true that I do have a certain affinity for Doddle, but it's not because I don't like you more or less. I like you in different ways. But I like both of you very much, and you're both my best friends, and we did a pinky swear, and I, of course, am going to fix this problem one way or another, and we're going to make this all right. And she continues to mix stuff. And you take a drink of a potion, and immediately your appearance changes, Doddle, and you look like Rosee. Wow, you look great. Absolutely wonderful. Well, that's good. That's interesting, because that's an illusion spell. That'll wear off in just a couple of minutes, but it doesn't directly affect you. It more affects the area around you, but it did transfer itself through you, so therefore certain types of magic do work with you. Have you ever used illusion spells?
Probably. I think I have a couple.
Siraye, where did you get all these things? These things are very interesting. These are components that are very rare and very magical and very expensive. This is all at least 3 or 4 months of hard searching that I'd have to do to try to find these things, and I wouldn't be able to find them easily, and I'd have to go to the docks, and I'd have to find an underworld contact, and it's probably going to be illegal because a lot of it was shipped from all over the place. There's stuff here that you could only get across the seas.
We got it from a very bad person, and we took it because we didn't want them to have it.
That's excellent. Now I can use all these components and make sure that they go to the places that they need to, and I can mark up the prices and make a small fortune. What were you asking for? I'll give you half.
Of what?
Half of what you're asking.
No.
It's a tough market right now. I gotta understand that first and foremost, right now, what's happening in this industry.
Rosee, I know for
you just
a
told me that these
fact.
were stolen goods, and I can't just sell stolen goods. Of course, somebody's
Rosee.
gonna be looking for it. There's a certain price that
Rosee.
comes with selling illicit goods.
Rosee, I know for a fact that these are worth 100,000 dragon marks.
they're worth 100,000 dragon marks easily. I think they might be worth a little bit more. And just looking at everything here and calculating my expenses and the cost.
So you are not giving me half. You are giving me the full 100,000 dragon marks.
I think 50,000 dragon marks is a small fortune, and I think it would be a lot of money that you could use elsewhere. And in fact, I'm not even sure that I have that much money, so maybe I'll have to offer you 35,000.
And I close the box on her hand. I'll just take these somewhere else.
She pulls back. That's not a very best friend kind of thing to do. And by the way, I think that we need to have a conversation about your letters.
Right.
They seem to be
It
lacking
isn't very-
recently.
You know, you're right, Rosee. It's not a very good best friend thing to do. But you know what else isn't a very good best friend thing to do? Swindling your best friend on the money that they worked hard for.
It's not swindling, it's a free market, and I'm telling you right now how hard it's going to be to sell any of these things or to make a profit off of them because they're all stolen goods and they're all illicit and they're all very powerful and they're all very rare. I can't easily sell any of this.
Okay. Hey, guys, how about we come to some sort of compromise? Because that's what best friends do, right?
Also, I would like to point out, Siraye, Rosee did save your life.
I'd like to point that out too, as a matter of fact. I'd also like to point out what Doddle just pointed out, and I'd point it out again one more time, just so that you know that you also pinky swore.
Yeah, how about...
I pinky swore to write you letters. I didn't pinky swear to give you half off of my findings.
I think, Siraye, it is very fair that, yes, more than 50% is warranted. We should, however, give a best friend discount.
Someone died because of this chest. She doesn't
know.
laugh. I'm just laughing.
So now you're saying that there's blood on the chest, and I can't actually
No,
deal with
it's
it
not
anymore.
that.
It should be
It's
less
that-
than 50%.
No. Someone sacrificed their
friend.
life to get this chest out of those bad people's hands.
I'll
We
give you
lost
I'll
a
give you
good-
70,000 gold dragon marks, and you're gonna have to take half now, and you're gonna have to take half later because I can't pull all that money together all at once. I don't have it just sitting around. I'm not that liquid.
80,000.
75.
80,000.
75.
I think-
76.
80,000.
76. 75. 76. 75. 75 and 3 more letters.
How
80,000.
75 and 3 more letters.
I lean into Siraye. How about 78 and 3 more letters?
How is B writing 3 more letters?
They have to be from you. I don't want letters from anybody else because Doddle writes very, very, very good letters, and I can reread them over and over and over again, and they're delightful, and they're well written, and they're very heartfelt, and I very much like them, and I appreciate them. And sometimes I get letters from people who are just like, it feels like they're kind of phoning it, or not
Well, how about this? How about this? 3 more letters from me at 80,000.
Deal. And she holds out her pinky to both you and Siraye. But you have to take half of it. 40,000 now and 40,000 later. I can't do it all at once.
I look at Siraye before grabbing the pinky.
Fine.
Okay.
And I
You pinky swear as well. Having made an arrangement with Rosee, you have sold your chest of magical rare components for 80,000 gold dragon marks, which is an enormous fortune. 40,000 of it is produced in a small chest, about a quarter of the size of the chest that you've been lugging around. But there are stacks of little hourglass-shaped gold pieces and a few crescent moon platinum pieces. So yeah, you have, because some of it is higher denomination, so that it's not overwhelming. But it's just gold and platinum.
cool.
And do you count it?
I'm not gonna fully count it because I do trust Rosee, but I'm gonna like open one of the little bags and like just inspect it to make sure it's like metal and like, you know.
And Nox, just for context here, how much on average would you say you could like rent an apartment in Waterdeep, like the cheapest
Like,
1 bedroom?
The cheapest 1 bedroom would be like 6 silver for a week.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah.
A gold.
Yeah, you can buy a mansion.
No, we can fully buy mansions.
We could retire for the rest of our lives.
We can literally build a castle with this money.
I mean,
Yeah.
now
Holy
you're getting a little out there, but you could certainly
yeah, dude.
build a small keep. You could. This is a lot of money.
We're sitting
my
on a lot of
God.
cash. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. That's why both Mags and I were like, we are taking this chest.
A
Even though
hot
I
meal.
only-
Yeah, like a hot meal and a cup of ale would be probably about 6 copper pieces. And there are 10 copper pieces to every silver piece, and then 10 silver pieces to every gold piece, and then 10 gold pieces to every platinum piece.
Holy cow!
And the gold in Waterdeep is called a dragon mark.
We have some. They're really cool. We also have the platinums. They're really cool too. They're like actually crescent moon, like.
That's so dope.
And they're like they fit in your hand. It's really cool.
Oh my god, I used a whole other kind of currency before and I just wasn't sure of the exchange rate. That is so much money and so way worth more than 3 letters. Thank you so much, Rosee, for this generous offer.
So you look over it, Siraye, and just make an intelligence check for me.
Me?
Yeah.
Is intelligence the one I'm not good at? Yep, it is. Yep, it's -1, so it's 8.
Well, it looks like the right amount of money to you. You don't know for sure, but it looks like the right amount of money.
Okay.
You, Doddle, are unfamiliar with this currency, so I cannot have you make the same intelligence check because this is new to you. Hawke, you can make an intelligence check if you want.
Hawke doesn't really care that much about money.
Yeah, fair.
But if somebody asks him, he will, but otherwise
it looks right. It's a chest full of coins. Like, you feel that without counting it, you feel like it's probably close to what she's said she would give you. And you trust Rosee. I'm just being clear. That's how you find out.
Yeah.
All right, so as you're exchanging all of this, the money shifts hands. The illusion wears off, and you no longer look like Rosee, Doddle.
What was different with that spell than the other ones, Rosee?
Like I said before, it's the type of magic that I use because that's an illusion spell, and illusion spells are a little bit different than some of the ones that might affect you more directly, because if I was trying to alter your personal being, there would be a certain type of spell that I would use. And this is alteration is called...
Oh, I think I understand. Oh, that's going to cause a lot of trouble. Thank you so much, Rosee, for troubleshooting.
Well, if you understand, I would like to understand, because I've never encountered anything quite like this before, and I'd like to know more. You could put it in one of your letters if you like, and then you could explain it to me then, because then I could understand it fully, and I could restudy it and read it over and over and over again. And by the way, you have very pretty handwriting.
Thank you. I will write you a letter, Rosee, because I think I would like some time to process my words and figure out the best way to tell you. But I can tell you that something's overpowering your brilliant alchemy, I'm afraid.
Well, then it must be pretty powerful, because I'm a pretty brilliant alchemist, and my eyes are bright, and my hair is pink, and I can do a lot of really great things, and I'm pretty great at what I do, and I wouldn't be surprised if they wouldn't even have done something. I'm not even sure where they came from.
Rosee. I thought you said you didn't know much about illusion magic.
I don't know much about illusion magic.
But you just made an illusion potion.
That's right, I made an illusion potion. But I don't know very much about illusion magic. It's a very simple cantrip. Anybody could do it.
Okay.
Rosee, does this mean that it's impossible to not be tracked?
I'm an alchemist. She said that to Siraye.
Rosee.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's possible that you're going to be tracked. It's also possible that whatever spell affected you before didn't affect you, or maybe it did affect you. It depends whether or not it affected you or your spirit, and I'm not even really sure when it comes to all that. Is there a way
to figure that out?
Well, scientifically speaking, I'm sure I could figure it out. It would just take some time. I need to work on it. I need to mix some potions. I need to try some things out. Is it okay if I take some of your blood?
Oh, sure, I suppose.
All right, we'll just take a little sample here. This is going to hurt too much. I'm just going to go ahead and draw a little bit of blood. And she like pulls over, and she has this syringe like about as long as her arm. And she very gingerly gives you a shot. You do take a point of damage, and it hurts. But she does fill up a pretty big glass vial with your blood.
Oh, Jesus, I should probably sleep at some point.
How many hit points do you have left?
I'm at 17. You should try very hard not to get in a fight on the way back.
Because that's how this works. So, yeah, she takes a little bit of blood and she keeps going on. She's rattling on about talking about all the different things, and she's mixing up different vials. And she gives you, Hawke, another potion. This one will still work. We know at least it's affecting you. I'm not sure about the color of your skin quite yet. Maybe I have altered it. Maybe I've been able to stabilize it. I'm not really sure. Third time's a charm, as they always say. Go ahead and bottoms up. Don't drink it now, though. You're going to want to save it later. You've still got a few hours left on the potion you took before, so let's make sure that we don't waste those things. They're very hard to make, and I'm spending a lot of coin here. And by the way, you were very quick to try to charge me extra for the things that you came by, but I would like to be very clear that I'm offering you my services as a friend, and you've been writing letters, and I've been doing all kinds of things. And all Siraye's been doing is accusing me of being an illusionist when I'm clearly an alchemist. Just because I can mix a couple of components that could make it an illusion temporarily doesn't mean that it's going to last very long or it's going to be very good.
I think Rosee, best friends don't lie to each other.
I didn't lie to you. I told you that I wasn't very good at illusion, and it's true.
I think the phrase is multi-genre genius.
May I make a request, please?
Absolutely, you can make whatever request you want. You have the better handwriting of the entire group, so any requests you make are going to be granted.
Oh, thank you. So Siraye, I remember that you made me promise when we got in that carriage a little while ago that the next job we did, any of my earnings would go to you. And you may have, I don't know if I am entitled to any of the dragon, what are they? Dragon marks? Dragon marks that we just received. Would you say that I am?
Yes, of course.
All right. You may keep all of it, but may I make one small request, please?
Of course, Doddle.
I don't know if I'm being tracked right now, so why don't I stay here with Rosee and get tested and whatever else, and maybe try and figure out a solution? May you do me a favor? And I remember Maglo was speaking so highly of that clockwork dragon that he wanted very badly, and I noticed that Bugsby is a bird right now. I was just wondering if you may do me a favor as someone that's not getting tracked up the wazoo, if you could make a stop at that shop and please buy him that clockwork dragon.
I will see what I can do.
Thank you.
All right. So, meanwhile, as you're in Rosee's shop negotiating, you now have a small fortune. Maglo and June. What are you doing?
So after Mags's quite successful science attempt, right, so it's a real fish, we know that. The orb is protecting things inside. The orb is always active, so I don't think we can turn it off. Through that means, because it's protection, I don't think we could break it. It's, oh my god, powerful. So whoever owns this, if they made it, fuck. If they found it, that's a little better. Hopefully they found it, and then it's just like, oh, it's not the thing they made, because if they made this, that means that they're more powerful, because then they made a thing, and they could put it's a whole fucking thing. Anyway, do you want to go speak to Gravesmaster's ear?
Let's, yeah.
Yeah? Okay. I think we did really good work today, Juniper. That was fucking brilliant. Well done. Good fucking sciencing. Science! We did so much shit.
Hawke, so.
What's what?
Did you not as bad as Hawke, so I appreciate it.
I mean, you're fucking great at this, so listen, I ain't had a fucking science friend in ages, and we just spent a whole day doing nothing but experiments in science, and I'm loving it. So yeah, let's go fucking talk to Zir. Then let's go do some research in the library, which is possibly my favorite bit of any form of research, is the library bit. You know, it's all the reading. And then we can get some fucking, we can get some knowledge, basically.
All right, well, you know the place, so why don't you lead
Okay,
the way?
sorry, yeah.
No, you're good. You're good.
We're gaining ground. A tiny bit, but we're not as far behind as we could be. And that's good. Okay, yeah, let's go.
As the two of you walk down the crypt corridors, Busby flutters behind you, mechanically, kind of buzzing and popping and doing whistles. And you move your way down the corridor. You enter back into the main chamber where the party has been camping. and you see that the fire is still burning low. It's been maintained by somebody. You suspect that someone has been in and cleaned up and neatened a little bit. There is a new tray of food there, and there's one letter sitting there that's been folded up, and it says Maglo on it.
Oh, okay.
And Siraye, what did your letter say again?
I said Maglo and June.
You're muted.
It says Maglo and June went to turn in, chest to Rosee. Hopefully we'll come back with money. Or be back soon. Hopefully we'll come back with money.
Oh shit. My God, this day might turn out to be the best day of my life. We ages ago, actually in the same place where we found the orb, we found this big chest full of like spell components and this like really powerful magic stuff. And we managed to like drag it out, and it's worth like fucking loads of money. Like loads of money. And we found it, and Siraye's been trying to find a seller. And if they found a seller, then fucking hell, that's amazing. What are they giving? Anyway, that's good. That means that they're busy, which is a shame.
What kind of magic items?
Just like spell components and stuff, like these. He goes and he pulls stuff out of his bag. Just general like things which can be used to make potions and make spells and stuff happen.
So nothing you would find at a temple.
Maybe. I don't really know. Like herbs and just like rare dragon dragon boil and stuff like
June
that.
looks away, disinterested. All right, so where do we find Master's ear?
I don't know. And Maglo walks upstairs and then on the door.
You walk up the spiral staircase and you approach an iron gate that is closed and locked from the other side.
Mr. Gravesmaster, I want to ask a question or someone.
Your voice echoes down the corridor.
Hello?
June, you're realizing that you're locked in this crypt from this direction.
Is this?
He's like this. He's hard to get a hold of if you don't want to be found.
Is this always locked like this?
Yeah. After we did all the thing, it's like we have to be locked in. I hate it. It's when we first got her, Siraye the lady who walked us around. Siraye pinned her against the wall and took the keys because we thought we were properly trapped in here, which is why they're not our biggest fans. But then we found out there's like a way out of the sewers. They're all right. I think it's just for protection purposes. It's all secret, like hidden, keeping us like hidden shit. It's not bad.
But he'll unlock it though. We're not.
We can get out.
To break the lock.
No, we can get out through the sewers. That's fine. But this way, I don't know how to get in and out. The guy's real strict, and like, I don't want to butt heads with him, and then end up getting kicked out because this place seems pretty secure. I just don't want to. You know how it is.
Yeah.
Mr. Zare, can you come? I have one question. It's so fucking important. I really want you to be here. Please.
Your voice echoes down the corridor and no one answers. There seems to be no activity on the far side of the corridor and everything is very quiet. Back at Rosee's shop, what are the rest of you doing?
Just gonna follow Rosee's lead, like if she wants me to drink any more potions or wait for the blood results to blah blah blah.
Yeah, she's boiling some of your blood and she's putting some other onto like these pieces of cloth, and then she's using them, putting them into this little box, and then pouring liquids in through a funnel. And she's talking to you the whole time about the sky. And how
I'm listening the whole time.
Yeah, about how the sky shifts in colors and how she finds that very fascinating, and that sometimes you can see things on the roof and the way that the shingles are where the light plays across it. And she's just going on and on and on.
Rosee, did you ever notice that in the sunrise there's orange and pink and purple and blue? Have you ever seen in your entire life those combinations of colors ever used before in an appealing way?
I think it's absolutely fascinating that the sky is able to do that, that nature actually creates that, but that's all scientific because there's a certain amount of gas that's in the air, and I think it's all scientifically explainable because of the way that the orbs around the sun and the crystal spheres all work, because the crystal spheres all move in a different direction, and when they do that, all of the world around us is actually going to shift and change, and then there's all the other planets and all the other burning entities outside in the far reaches of space, and they're all the way out there.
I was gonna say that, wow, it's like the sky is magic, but I guess science is magic, so maybe there's some go look at Hawke. I'm like, maybe there's hope for you and Maglo to get along after all.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. Sure.
What are you doing,
I think
Hawke?
that is possible. Hawke is kind of scribbling together a quick shopping list while everybody's talking, so he wasn't like being facetious. He was just like, yeah, totally. He's like scribbling together a quick shopping list since they're out and about and actually have money. Gonna turn to Siraye real quick. I'm like, hey Siraye, since we're out here and we have this money, like two things. One, we should probably hit up for any sort of like necessities. But two, how much do you bet we can use some of this money to like buy information on maybe the Xanathars, find out if they have any like enemies or anything? Oh, you're muted.
We absolutely can. I have several connections who could probably give us information. It will cost quite a bit, though, and we have to be. We need to be very careful and discreet about how much money we actually have, because then they will want more if they find out that we have more.
So we go in disguises.
I mean, we could, I guess. I mean, my contact knows that I'm flat broke, so.
Oh, okay. So what you're saying is you want your contact to think you're as broke as possible, so he asks for the bare minimum.
Exactly.
Yeah, I get you. Very dishonest, and I don't approve of it. But I get you.
And then the idea is, so like, you get the information, you pay them, and then you to make sure that it is, not spread around that someone is looking for said someone or said information. You scrounge up a little bit more because you appreciate their effort and their hard work and want to continue to have business with them. But you don't just, here's 20 gold.
You criminals are very fascinating, by the way.
I wish I was told that more.
Well, I mean, back where I came from, you usually just asked people for help and they helped you. And you didn't have to do this weird song and dance. I mean, honestly, I thought people turned to a life of crime because they thought it was easier than abiding by the rules. But it sounds way more complicated.
Yes. You, Hawke, are very lucky and lived in a place full of very nice people. But not all people are nice, and the world can be very cruel.
Oh, they weren't nice. Don't get me wrong, they weren't very nice at all. But I don't know, it's just very different hearing your side. Anyway, I'm gonna let you do that then. I'm going to the place where magic people buy their magic shit.
All right, do you need someone to accompany you?
I definitely need money. Can
I'll come with you. Do you want me to be your...
I'm gonna turn away from Rosee. I'm assuming she just keeps on talking as if I'm not turning away.
Yeah. She keeps handing you vials.
I'm gonna keep grabbing and say, please go get the Clockwork Dragon for Maglo.
Clockwork Dragon. Doddle, do you want us to get you anything like...
I don't need anything, please and thank you.
Magical items, components?
You're very, very quickly needing to make some water, though, Doddle. You keep drinking so much liquid that this is starting to wear on you.
Yeah, water would be nice. I mean, there are things that I certainly want, but I made a promise to Siraye that she could have all of my coin from this deal, and even asking for a gift for Maglo is a little bit of an overstep, so no, I'm fine. I'll get my things another way.
Alright, but what things do you want, though, so that way we can at least keep an eye peeled for them?
If you keep an eye peeled for them, you can't get them, so there's no point. And if I tell you, you may be dishonest with me and get them anyway, and I don't want that.
Well, I was gonna actually.
Well, you heard her, Hawk, and then I just.
I just yelled. I was gonna get you something anyways. It should at least be something you
That's why
want.
I'm not telling you what I want.
Fine, you're gonna hate what I buy you then.
Have you met me? Probably not.
As you're going out of the tent, you just hear Rosee yell back, "Get more cupcakes!" And
Cupcakes, got it.
You're out in the street. What else are you two doing while you're here? You're gonna try to shop around. Is there anything else you want to do in this area?
Do I want to buy anything? I don't think there's anything that I want to buy. I think I just want to hoard my money. Yeah.
Should you get the cupcakes for Rosee, or should I get the cupcakes for Rosee then? And I just like look at you with the most like blankly earnest face possible.
I think, Hawk, I think you should get the cupcakes for Rosee, because I think Rosee would very much appreciate it from you.
Yeah, I don't think she likes me that much. I mean,
Yeah, I don't think she does either. I think, like, you know, she has some weird thing against you. That's why she keeps making, you know, you change colors and stuff. And yeah, you should buy the cupcakes. You should buy them.
Oh, it's because I wear black, isn't it?
Yeah, I
Okay,
know.
all right.
I have a bit of a hard time too, but you really need it. Yeah, here.
Wait, you don't like me either?
No, because I also wear black. I'm not
Okay.
all in black, but you know, sometimes I have
Thank
my
you.
black pants, and
It's a good color. It's really slimming.
it is.
You
It's
know?
a great color.
I mean, I used to wear white, and it would just stain all the time. Like, honestly, I know
the
that
time.
this whole thing has drawbacks, but oh my god, the fashion sense is so much better.
Yeah, so you definitely, I think, like, you should get the cupcakes this
Yeah, I'll
time,
get
and
the
then, you know,
cupcakes
maybe I'll get the cupcakes, but you should definitely get the cupcakes this
So
All right,
the
thank
two
you
of
so
you
much, Siraye.
move through the marketplace and you shop for a few hours. Is there anything on your list that is not basic necessities?
I am pulling up my list right now. So I know we were looking at the arcane focuses in that wizard shop earlier. I was hoping to also buy some books on different subjects so that Hawk can research them a bit. He also wanted to apologize to Maglo by buying some sort of book on mechanics or what have you. Just if he sees something, even
Or maybe a dragon.
You don't hear that. All right. So
I mean, he knows to get the dragon anyway for Doddle.
okay. Well, if you have to remember when I ask you if there are things that you're buying, you have to tell me that that's something that you're trying to buy.
Yeah, that is on the list. Oh, and then let's see. So yeah, arcane focus, books on the Shadowfell, Raven Queen, Evermeet, enchanted swords, illithids, or
So
popular
you're-
mechanics.
Well,
Are you walking into a shop asking
The
for
clockwork
books on illithids and Evermeet?
Maybe not the same. Like, he's gonna see if he can find a bookstore.
Yeah, there are various
Yeah.
book dealers. And books are expensive. Books are not something that are simple. They're not as commonplace as they are in the modern
Right.
world. They are difficult and expensive to manufacture. Usually they're hand copied. So it's there are printing presses, but they usually just do small runs of things. So a book is a very special thing. But there are books, and they're expensive, but you can certainly find some of them. I will make a list of things that you end up acquiring. I will say that you get you do not find any books on just Evermeet. You find books on Elven history. You find books on mechanics easily enough. So if you want to buy a book for Maglo, you certainly can. You find any number of books on the Underdark, if that's something that you're looking for. But
Oh, definitely.
yeah, there are no books on just illithids.
Okay.
That would probably not be a book that would be sold openly. But you do get some general history books and some other tomes and things like that. What else were you looking for other than books?
the Clockwork Dragon, because that's something Doddle asked.
Yeah. Now the Clockwork Dragon is expensive.
Yep.
it-
I wanna go into the shop.
Okay, so you step into this artificer workshop, and it is alight with activity as people are bustling around, and there are gears and other small mechanical devices. It seems very crowded for some reason. Behind the counter is an Aarakocra. It is a bird-like, white-feathered, with some red kind of plumage, feathered-looking male who is very awkward and scrawny, and just kind of like his head bobs around on his body, and he never seems to stand still. When you enter, he sees you. Oh, well, hey, hello there. It's going to be a minute before I can get to you. We've had a bit of a rush. It turns out that some of these designs that one of my new assistants did, they're selling like crazy. I can't even keep up with the demand for some of these designs.
Oh, how lovely. Well, take your time. And I'm gonna like peruse the shop and just see what's all the different things.
Yeah, you peruse the shop. There's a lot of different items. There is there are a number of large boxes that are clockwork automaton kits that are behind the counter, and you see that one of them, it has a schematic on the front of it that's been drawn out, and you see that it is the schematic for a clockwork dragon.
This one's interesting.
Oh yeah, you have a really good eye right there. But let me tell you what, that's a really expensive automaton. If you're going right into it, that was constructed quite some time ago.
Expensive. This is expensive. Why? The gears aren't even made of proper brass.
You're
They're
absolutely
made of
correct. Those gears are actually made of
copper.
platinum, so they're actually twice as durable as anything that would have been made out of brass. I think you're gonna find
Are you
that.
sure? Did you source this platinum yourself, or did you get this from, God's forbid, an Underdark manufacturer?
Go ahead.
I walk up. I know the hands of a Duragar. When I see them, I tell you.
He says that, and I just you can see Siraye's face do internal screaming.
Yeah. So I need you to make a deception.
Goddammit, Hawke, look.
I need you to make a deception check, and I need Hawke to make a deception check as well. I think that might have been an attempt to help, which should have given you advantage, but the roleplay tells me that you both have to roll separately.
Yes.
What is it? It's deception.
Deception.
That is a 15.
I had an 11.
Okay, so yeah, neither of you really kind of botch it. You both are he's still looking at you, and his big bird-like eyes are kind of traveling between the two of you. I can assure you right now that everything here is up to code. Everything will be built.
And it looks
I should hope so, good sir.
Oh my gosh.
I believe I haven't introduced myself. I'm Dr. Flango Flablorgian. As you can see by the pile of books here, I'm a well-read academic on this matter.
Well, it's nice to meet you, Dr. Fulbagagian. I'm really, my name is Grekel Farfeather. It's a pleasure to have a scholar in here. We've had a few of those pass through, but I'm just, I'm doing the work here to keep the shop running. I'm not really sure what you're getting at.
And and I pick up the box and I bring it up to the counter. It looks like that this schematic is actually a copy of and then I'm gonna look around and I'm gonna look at the other schematics and I'm gonna try and see a name of a really popular or one that I keep seeing.
Yeah,
That doesn't match the one on the box.
Yeah. The Brithold Dwarven Works.
This looks like this is a replica of the Brickhold Dwarven Works.
The Mark IV. I think.
Yes.
All right, make a deception check with a +4 because Hawke is actually just helping somehow with this.
12.
It would typically be an advantage. I'm just giving you a +4.
16. You're giving me +4, so it's dirty 20.
Okay, yeah. Well, that doesn't really make any sense. Maglo, describe to me the schematic that is on the countertop. Something that Maglo has created and drafted out as part of his work for Grekel. A simple device. It's not anything complicated, but it's something that would really fine-tune something that everybody uses.
It is a. It looks just like a normal walking cane. Maglo has a few different designs for different looks it could have. But with a twist of the handle one way, it can turn into a long sword. Has these two blades that shoot out, and if you slam it on the ground whilst the blade is out, it breaks into small bits and can be used as a whip, and then it can be indistinguishable if you switch it back to a normal cane.
Oh, just a minute here. I've got to deal with a customer. Are you interested in buying one of the prototypes, or did you want the design? Because the design is going. I mean, we're working on trying to make these as quickly as we can, but we can't really keep up with the demand. Everybody wants these. They seem to hit some sort of a fashion trend. I don't even know. All of the well-to-do nobles in Waterdeep are going to have one of these, protective, of course.
Is that so?
We can't recommend anyone using these. The Aarakocra is talking to a customer and puts out this cane, and you see the cane is shown to be a sword cane. Of course, we have to be clear that, it counts as having a weapon that is concealed, which would be against certain tenets of the code legal, so you gotta make sure to be careful and make sure you register this, and everything must be cleared with the City Watch. And they exchange money, and then he turns back to you. Yeah, enjoy it. The customer turns and says, "Thank you."
What does the customer look like?
It's like a young business professional who's dressed in a very foppish coat, and you can see that they take the cane and they walk out with it very regally. They seem to be well-to-do people that are purchasing these. You also notice on the design. It has Maglo's signature on it.
Okay.
Yes, I see a lot of this. That design I love. I absolutely love. What a genius concept.
Yeah, well, it's been pretty good, but I didn't know that the kid had it in him at first. He just kind of came in here with the crazy eyes. It was kind of hard to...
A kid?
A child?
Well, I mean, not literally a child.
Children as workers in your facility. Children that should be going to
sure what you're getting at here.
And I try to say that as loud as possible to be to make sure everyone hears that, this,
Yeah, you do that. You do that. Well, you do know that...
I could call the Waterdeep authorities on you.
You certainly could, and since the apprenticeship is not illegal here in Waterdeep, I think you'd find yourself...
a child!
To tell them what a wonderful job you're doing.
To teach a child a trade is actually a very fine responsibility, and as tradespeople, we always work to educate the young.
I'll tell you what, sir. I would like to get this replica off of your hands because you seem like a newer business person of the sort. And I would hate for the Waterdeep authorities to come in and seize all of your illegally manufactured products by children and replicas. For a matter of fact,
make a deception check at a disadvantage because you are really going way out there. Because now this has turned into a story about children slave labor. It's just not.
Baby, with my deception, 19.
Yeah, I mean you're kind of it's a 19, but it's a very far-reaching stretch. as far as like trying to convince him that the items that are in front of him on his shop have been built by himself. With you're accusing him of using child labor to make these items.
No, I'm accusing him of having several malpractices in his business, especially that this dragon piece is a replica of a very famous artificer.
Okay, so that you might have better luck with, trying to convince him that it's a ripoff. But you've taken it a little bit too far.
Okay.
So he's pushing back, and he's well. I think it's best if perhaps you just leave my shop.
I'm so sorry, sir. My wife, she was hit in the head pretty hard recently.
Okay, so now you make your deception check, and you can do so at an advantage because I'm assuming that Siraye is right there helping you along.
Oh!
Oh no, that's a 19 plus 4.
All right.
So that's a 23 and a good thing it was at advantage because that was a 9 plus 3.
Okay. So what do you say?
I'm sure we can. Sir, I'm so sorry. My beloved wife has been hit very, very hard on the head recently.
Oh!
No, shh, hon. Why don't you go look at the signs again? Don't you remember how pretty the signs were? Yes, go on, dear. Listen, I know what you mean. I wish I could kick her out of the room myself sometimes. Listen, I would love to stop being around the bush and just buy the dragon she wants. I don't even know why she wants it. She can't even build a kitchen cabinet, but I would love to be a patron of this business regardless.
Well, of course, everything here is for sale. It is a shop.
How much for the dragon?
It's gonna be 3,500 gold dragons.
Okay, I'm sure you, hon, look at those beautiful posters again. Do you see the beautiful posters? Listen, I'm sure you're usually used to people paying in installments. If I paid you...
Do I hear the 3,500?
I'll make a perception check for you. Yeah, you hear it.
It's 3,500. Okay, so 3,500. Okay, sorry, I had to...
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
It's a lot of coin.
That is a lot, but it's a lot less than I thought it was. But I still want a deal!
What was that? What was that, Maglo?
I thought it was 7,000. 7,500, so I've been just in chat saying it was 7,500.
I'll tell you what, good sir.
Don't pay that much for this replica.
Honey, look at those signs again. Do you remember the signs? Go.
Yes, the signs.
Yes, go look at them.
No, I apologize.
Tell you what,
I actually have made a mistake because there were 2 different kits. Am I right on this? I believe so, Matthew. Don't lie. Because there were 2 different kits, right? And one was a half.
So one of them was 50 gold. One of them was 3 grand.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah, the middle
And then
tier.
the dragon was 7,500.
Yeah, because the dragon was
The
like
bird
the top
was-
of the line. It wasn't a bird. It was a
I actually didn't figure out what it was. I never asked. I just
Yeah.
asked about the dragon. That's
Well,
all
there
I cared
was
about.
there was a second kit that was like mid-range, and then there was an inexpensive like baseline kit. Regardless, we're not here to argue that. He tells you that, and then he realizes that you're looking at the other box. Oh, but you mean this one? Oh,
Yes,
that's
the dragon.
really expensive. Like that's probably worth more than my entire shop. I don't.
And clearly a replica. I yell. From the
Well,
others.
regardless, for me to make a profit on it, I have to sell it for 7,000 coin. I mean, it's gold. I realize that you could buy a house for that, but here we are.
This isn't gold, sir.
This is a very intricate piece of machinery.
Oh, I'm not doubting the artistry at all. I mean, granted, it is. I mean, let's not beat around the bush. It is a slightly derivative piece, but I'm sure most people are usually put on some sort of payment plan where they pay in increments and then.
Absolutely, we can take coin, and then when the
Or-
balance has been paid, we can release the item if you like.
What I'm saying is, most people could pay like that. Let's say if I was able to pay hard cash right here, could I get some sort of discount on that?
I don't know. It seems like
You could
there's problems with your wife, and she seems a little aggressive about besmirching my establishment here.
I lean in and I'm like, sir, believe me, if I don't go home with this dragon, my life will be hell, but it will be even worse if I pay full price for this. Please give me something.
Make another deception check, please. As you browbeat this poor shopkeeper.
It's a 15.
All right. Look, I don't want you to get into any trouble, but I can only do so much. I have expenses here, and in fact,
I fully agree.
The young man who has been working for me came in and was desperate. He had the same kind of look that you have in your eyes right now, which is like a crazy kind of like, do this thing or I'm gonna go. So, I mean, I understand how attractive this sort of mechanic might be, but it's sort of a really expensive item. It's only for expert builders, and I don't know that your wife is going to be able to put it together anyway, and I'd hate for you to get into trouble, but I'd also hate for you to bankrupt yourself.
Oh, no, not at all. If anything, I'll be the one building it, and she'll take the credit. It's the foundation of it.
You're an artificer?
Thing. I'm a very well-read academic, as you can see by the multiple books in my possession currently.
I don't mean to be rude, but I've got to be honest with you that just because you read some books doesn't mean that you've got the skills and training necessary to build a very complicated automaton. These are one-of-a-kind items that have been crafted in the very forge works of the Dwarven Holds, and I couldn't just give it to you in good consciousness and take your money and know that it wouldn't be put to good use. It is a piece of art, after all.
They're leather bound? Also, it would be great in my menagerie. I have so many wonderful pieces there already.
Well, it's your money, I guess. I suppose I could come down by 500.
I look at Siraye.
Oh! Look at all these things!
I think that's a deal?
I guess so, if you're willing to take it for 65? That's 100,
Can I
by the way.
insight check him real quick? Actually, you know what? No, he is a hard-working individual who labors a lot of time. We've treated him like crap. He's getting 6,500 at this point.
All right. So, Ray, you have the coin. What are you doing?
Money, please.
Are you paying the coin?
I hand over a bag, and Siraye has already distributed the amount evenly, and on the bag it's crudely written Maglo. I hand it.
Wait! You flashback! I was my Maglo's dragon, remember?
Oh,
yeah,
cool.
And you can keep
Siraye
the
remembers this. Siraye remembers this and goes, yeah, and then continues.
Hawke's like holding Maglo's bag and he shakes his head. No, he pays for this one. This one. And I just like count out the gold from Maglo's back and I pay him.
The question is how many ways did you split the treasure?
So I only split it the 4 ways, just because it was just us. So
it's 20k a piece.
Is it 20k a piece?
If it's
well, no, we only got.
You only have 40, so right now it's 10,000. 10,000
right?
gold a piece. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So you spend 65 out of it for this. I'm gonna say you spent probably 100 gold on books, which is a lot, but books are again expensive. They're rare, all that. So. And you got a lot of really nice books, a lot of good editions. Like you feel like you got a good deal on that. I'm not making you work for it. However, the automaton is 65, which means that you have 35 left over for Hawke's, Maglo's share.
Yeah.
All right.
Maglo's share, and then yeah, you pay it.
Yes, here, I'll pay off Maglo's share. And the way I figure it is if Doddle and Maglo want to work out their ledger afterwards, that is up to them.
Somebody will figure it
Oh,
out.
I just messaged Piper and I was like, oh, June's getting Doddle's share. We'll get to that. We'll get to that.
All right. All right.
And then the last thing
Before this turns
Hawke
into
wants
like
is,
inter-party like attacks.
Yeah.
Boy.
Yeah.
Way to ruin a party is like give them a bunch of gold.
Yeah.
we all take each other to fancy small claims court.
Oh wow.
But, yeah, the last thing Hawke wants is one of the arcane focuses that he was looking at.
Now that was at the shop across the way. It was right here, and you had already walked in, and that was the shop that the little old woman ran. Let me. Yeah. Yeah. It's called. Shifter Potion. And so it's a crowded little shop. It's packed in every corner with bottles and boxes and herbs. There is the proprietor is Eunice, a spry little old woman who is typically very suspicious of anybody, but she sees that you come back in, and she eyes you.
Oh yes, you're back. Ah, so quick I see.
Hi, Eunice. I can actually. Okay. All right. I'm not gonna knock anything over this time.
Yes, please do not. I know it's crowded in here, but you almost cost me more than you bought last time, which was nothing.
Yes, I am so sorry, but I cost you nothing. Oh wait, I could just make my sword go away, right? And he like snaps his fingers, and the sword on his back goes away.
That's
Right,
interesting.
I forgot.
That's an effect I'm not so used to.
But she saw me summon and unsummon
And
the
she
sword
thought
last
it was
time.
strange then too.
Okay. All right. Don't worry. It's because I'm a magical guy, which is why I'm here at the magical shop. As one does.
All right. Well,
Anyway.
what can I help you with today?
Last time you had a wonderful selection of arcane focuses that I was hoping to set my eye on.
Yeah, well, we have had a bit of a run. Is there something specific you're looking for as far as arcade focuses is concerned?
Well, I was looking for anything that could help replace just the small time material components for spells, things like that. You know, nothing, of course, too big, but...
Right. Well, it depends as always. You get what you pay for, as they say. How much are you looking to spend?
I'd love to see your selection first, so that way I can get a better feel for it.
Of course.
Don't mind.
Well, look, let me just dig through some of my things here and see what we can find. There's a pretty big selection I've had here for quite some time. I trust that now you have coin, which you didn't have before.
I do have coin this time. I'm so sorry about that.
I just remember you were rather harried when you were in here.
Right, yeah. We were unfortunately going through a lot at the time as a group, and well, there was a business deal that we hadn't conducted yet, so I hadn't gotten paid beforehand. So we were more window browsing, but I got ahead of myself.
Well, I could introduce you to, I think, a fine wand of Fernian ash, if you like. If perhaps you're trying to cast more of evocation-style magics, I think you'll find it quite aggressive. I have a few orbs that might be able to help you with some shielding properties. An imbued wood focus or a rod staff might be of your liking. The tree wood, I think, is filled with very powerful extraplanar energies, yes.
Sorry, did you say extraplanar energies?
Yes, of course. We only procure the finest of imbued wood focuses here. I'm not some charlatan that you would find on the streets. I only deal in those items which have efficacy worth selling. I stand by all of the products that I sell here. Of course, you pay a slight premium, being that we're in the middle of Waterdeep here, and some of these items are rather hard to come by these days, given everything that's happening with the shortages in certain magical components and whatnot.
All right. You said you had some orbs that can help shield people as well as provide an arcane focus. Can I get a look at those?
Yes, yes. Perhaps you'd like to take a look at my Lamian Flint.
Oh, what now?
My Lamian Flint. It's a specific type of orb that you might find very interesting. It protects against any sort of lightning attacks or damages that might be struck at you from the elemental forces of the sky.
Lobbying
Flint is what I said, Sonny. There's also a Kithorn Sharn, if you like that, if you're trying to protect yourself against any sort of acidic nature. Shavarvian Shelt. What could I give you? Some Rizardian Shale? Zazorian Marble, perhaps? You'll have to be more specific about what you're trying to protect yourself against.
Honestly, we're just basic protection, if that makes sense. Maybe.
Perhaps you'd like it depends, of course, if you're looking for a specific focus, but I would suggest the Zorian Marble. It's quite fine, it's beautiful. In fact, it does protect and shield the mind against any sort of incursions.
How many of those do you have?
Just the one. Do you need more than one of the Zorian Marble? It's very rare, you know.
Zorian
Marble.
And how much is that?
It's currently, I'll give it to you for 50 gold.
Oh. I would love one of those.
She sells it to you for 50. It's Zorian Marble. It is, according to her, a focus that will help you to protect you against mental incursion. If you cast Identify or have somebody cast Identify on it, I will tell you what it actually does.
Alright.
Is there anything else I can help you with?
That should be it for me. Do you have anything of, let's say, Elvish make or anything that kind of lean in? Based on the Shadowfell?
No. I don't deal in such things. It's dangerous. Perhaps I have misjudged you. I'll be closing up soon, so if you have any other further purchases, I'll be behind the counter. She goes back to her counter.
Right. Mostly focusing on the Elvish items, of course. I'm more or less looking for information about it to better protect myself and ward myself. As you can see, one of the reasons why I bought the, Zorian Marble, of course.
Deception check.
That was not good. That's an 11.
Okay. We'll come back to you. Standing at the top of the spiral staircase, Maglo and June. You've been there for what seems like an hour. Eventually, a figure appears, huddled, hunched, dragging herself down the corridor. You hear the uneven footsteps as she approaches you. She has a single, very clear, milky eye that studies you closely as she arrives.
Oh, hi. We're just wondering if Gravesmaster Zir was available to answer some questions. Is that possible?
She looks at you. Make a persuasion check, please.
Not great. Poor. Some would say 6.
Okay. So, do you want to do anything, June? She doesn't seem to like Maglo in the least.
Ma'am, can we please talk to Master Zero, or can we get a message to him at all? And
She looks
on
to
the
you.
sweetest face she can.
Yeah, make a persuasion check.
Okay. Two.
She nods and walks away, and then you do not hear from her for a very long time. We'll come back to you. Doddle,
you are currently sitting with Rosee as she continues to mix potions together and hand them off to you.
Is it just me and Rosee?
Yeah, it's just you and Rosee.
Okay, I've written her another letter. And I say, Rosee, I've written this just now. Would you like me to recite it to you, or would you like me to wait till tomorrow so I can keep up this letter a day thing?
Oh no, that'd be absolutely fine. I could actually credit you. Oh, sorry, I'm doing the bird. I can credit you, absolutely. Yeah, go ahead. You can do whatever you like. If you want to do it first, you can go ahead and read it, and I'll make sure that it counts towards the other letters that you owe me. Right now, I'm working, so it'd be hard for me to read and work at the same time, so if you read it to me, then I'll already know what's inside of it, and then I can read it later after you send it to me.
Oh, okay, well then I'll keep it, and then I'll deliver it to you when the sun rises. How about that?
Whatever works best for you.
So you may read it in your own time.
Well, you should read it to me right now while I'm working. That'd be fun. I'd like to hear that.
So you want me to read it right now?
Yes, please go ahead and read it right now.
All right. I gotta open it back up. So, my dear Rosee, I'm afraid my party members are not the only ones with outer layers. I understand that all of them wear masks to hide things underneath they are not proud of or want to protect. They formed their identities out of fear and self-preservation. I don't blame them. I didn't choose my mask, but I embraced it for the same reasons. I'm the same as them. The truth is, Rosee, I'm not a goblin. I write like an elf because that's what I am. I don't know if I just look different or if I am entirely different. I've even considered that I'm insane and all of this is just some delusion and I'm a goblin that just hit their head rather hard. But if I'm not mad and everything I believe is true, I not only need to stay safe for myself and for my friends, but many other people that put their trust in me, and I fear I will let them down. I trust you, Rosee. Please keep that secret safe. That's what friends do. Your friend Doddle.
Rosee stops and looks at you as she continues to work, but she's slowed down considerably, and she's not talking again. And her big, blue, gem-like eyes fall upon you, Doddle. And then they narrow. I knew it! And that's where we're going to leave it today.
Give me my dragon knot.
Then we turn around and we sell the dragon for a 150 gold profit.
Right? Jesus.
Well, you almost got it at a 50% discount.
God, I was hoping. I was shooting for it. I was like 3,000. Fuck yeah, let's just buy it. If that's what they're giving us, like.
Well, to be
Shouldn't
fair,
have
like
said
I could have just let it go with it. You had browbeaten him to the point where he dropped the price drastically. But
I did feel really bad. I was like, this poor guy.
Yeah.
Could you fucking imagine going into a Walmart and being like, this Xbox, I don't really agree with the price. How about we do it for like 80%?
I feel like seeing a castle and being like, I would like that at half the price, please.
It is a house.
Listen,
I mean, it's as much as a house.
It's fully a house, yeah. Like, it's so fucking expensive.
So I don't fully believe in the alignment system, but if I did, I think that we would both be considered lawful evil for the Karen shit we just pulled.
Oh yeah, totally.
Yeah.
Just realized the name for this episode is gonna be called Goldfish and Gold.
There you go.
So yeah.
I can't believe we got the money. We got that on session 3, and that was like 6 months ago, and we finally got the money for it. And it's grand. So
Juniper's
much
not greedy,
money.
but she'll take a little something.
Wait, I got you. I was doing it, and I was like, fuck, like, oh man, shit, because Juniper just joined us. Like, what should I do about that? But I think I have an idea.
Well, and
Hawke? Sorry.
No, I was just gonna say I was expecting you to go and try to liberate their personal items out of
Well, that's what I wanted to do, but then you said, oh, this is money, and I'm like, oh fuck yeah, we should probably get that fucking money. So for now, that's the next time thing.
I mean, considering we were all struggling pretty hard for money, like,
Yeah.
we went to pick up spell components and we literally couldn't because we didn't have any money. And then it's like, hey, do you remember that time we don't have any money? Be the richest characters in D&D ever.
It's like just sitting there, I'm like, oh, I can finally do the rich person voice. But like, no, Hawke doesn't really need money other than like getting the shit he needs, so he'll probably
get some sick armor. You can like get some fucking
gave me a
crazy
+1
armor
to my armor, so it's fine.
Magical items are not inexpensive. That magical items are rare. So as soon as you start buying magical items, it's like you're buying a house over and over and over again. You know.
Right.
So the pricing structure of D&D definitely goes out the window when you're talking about anything magical. But as far as mundane things go, you have enough to live comfortably for the rest of your life. If you chose to just live without magic items and you know, a simple like ring of protection is considered an heirloom item of great value, even though it's a little more prevalent in the Forgotten Realms setting than it might be in other campaigns. It's not like everybody's walking around with a bag of holding, you know? Anything that adventurers are like wearing ransoms in magical items. It's just very uncommon for somebody in the regular day-to-day life of Forgotten Realms to actually have any of these things.
Like, this is my suit of +1 armor. It's made of literal diamonds.
I'm just saying, if Hawke hands Juniper a bag of money, she might like him a little bit more.
Suddenly, I don't worship a false god.
It's a tithing, right? It's for the church.
Whoa. Yeah. Oh, does your god give you 40 grand in coins occasionally? Yeah, that's a god. That's a fucking
Listen,
god.
I literally have, like, budgeted out tithing money to the poor and needy.
Yeah.
As a part of Hawke's thing. He's a bastard, but he still, like, goes through the motions.
We had an entire win. Like, this whole episode was a win, and I cannot believe it. It's like we have not had a session where we haven't insanely lost for so
No,
long.
but my love, that makes me afraid because what the fuck is gonna happen next session if this was the shopping
Like,
episode?
so
Siraye
much
is
can
haunted
go
now,
wrong, but it's like
I am
we
haunted,
did
yeah.
insane amounts.
Yeah.
Like so much research. Rosee is like figuring shit out and like actually like progressing. We sold all the stuff that we had, and it's like we had an episode which is like, considering last episode it was like, do you want to fight the people who own this entire continent? And we were like, this sounds like a smart thing, sure. And then it's like the next episode is like, okay, so
Do you want
far.
to buy the entire continent?
Yeah.
It's like, we must fight God himself. Anyway, I'm heading over to the Kmart. Does anybody want anything? Some clothes? A spell focus?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know that you two should be in charge of negotiating with shopkeepers anymore. I think that it was hilarious, but I also think you made it way too difficult for yourself.
Yeah, I was going one way, and then like I was like, all right, we're going all in, baby. So
Well, look, as a dungeon master, I always allow you to try things, and I will adjust the rolls. But sometimes you get to the level where something is so against what a person would do that you can't like deception check your way into convincing somebody to jump off a building or something.
absolutely.
You know?
I was not
Challenge
like,
accept. No.
You have to have a chance of success before I have you even roll at all. You know.
Yeah.
Even if it's a high chance. You know?
yeah, totally.
Oh yeah, no. Roleplay wise, like, wait, I'm very glad we got out of that the way we did.
The minute that the bird was like, well, how about this? How about you leave my shop? It's like,
You're like, oh fuck.
I was like, yeah, we've reached that area. Time for me to pull out the hole my wife got kicked in the head with the horse card.
Yeah. It's like in Skyrim where you've exhausted all of your chat options and now you're at the point where they're just hostile to you.
Yeah, exactly.
You were pretty much there with that shopkeep.
Oh yeah.
I mean, I'm saying
lucky
we
we
have
got that
a whole episode of wins, but like, your boy definitely saw June and Maglo.
Yeah.
Like, definitely knows who they are now, which means that there's now 4 people possibly marked. Of
They
2
also-
definitely, 2 people has been seen.
we also know that they saw you, but did they see the bones that are surrounding you? Like, do they know where you guys are? Is what
I don't
I'm
know.
with.
However,
That's a lot of
I rolled
eyes.
with disadvantage, and then I got a nat 20 and a 19, so I'm pretty fucking happy with that disadvantage roll.
You
I
did
thought.
Just hope
exceptionally
that
well.
they just saw, my shame and not my love.
Listen, like, a lot of stuff. Worst case scenario, if they do know where we are now, I think we can bounce and possibly pay someone to give us a hand for a minute.
I mean, honestly, my recommendation was going to be, hey, let's find out who hates the Xanathars and team up with them.
I mean, I've just discovered that, like, I might not be able to fucking leave Rosie's tent. Like, we gotta figure that shit out before
You're
I'm allowed
under
to go
house arrest.
somewhere.
You're under house arrest, but you have to take 1d4 psychic damage a day talking to Rosie.
I'm under quarantine.
Doddle will
Oh no, too soon. Too soon.
Real life imitates art. Art imitates real life.
Yeah, we're trying so hard to play a fantasy world, and I think I just accidentally turned it into the real world.
No, that's very cool, Nox. That's very fucking cool.
I love that.
I appreciate it.
I had fun.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, great
That was-
session,
Yeah,
everybody. I'm going to end this
That was fun.
recording.
Yep.
Yes.
We have